now that I've gotten bigger? No, there's nothing you can offer me. I'm sorry. But please don't call me anymore. You'll make this fucking plane wreck, asshole. What are you supposed to be doing?
Sir, I'm gonna need you to get off your
It's going airplane mode right now.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And I'm finna go airplane mode too. This is level 2 motherfucking high, motherfucker!
Stop yelling. You've been playing your rap music the whole time on the plane.
Hey, shut up, motherfucker. You wanna fight with this big land?
I'm never taking this airliner ever again.
I'm gonna beat you motherfuckers up when we get off this plane.
Is that threat?
Yes!
We've been cleared for departure.
When they look back, they gon' see me riding. Patty with me cruising in a old Badlands. Maybe like Picasso in a holler somewhere. 'Cause when they look back, they gon' see me riding. Patty with me cruising down in a Badlands. Maybe like Picasso in a holler somewhere. When they look back,
office.
mile-an-hour truck.
Too much power now. On a level that don't even got description. Right now the roof reflects my walls fight. Heavy little gold bangs, growing muscle breakers down in cause they jam and John Lennon. Michael Jackson, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. I'm living what was written. Too much power now. This level ain't got no description. John Lennon, Michael Jackson, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. When I die, they're gonna bury me in legend. I'll be staring death right in the eye, smiling with my scarred face. This energy too high, they get worried like cocaine. Just slip a broke, I'm addicted to being dope. I thought I told these fuckers these joints ago, leave me alone. I'm be sitting in the zone, I'm ceiling, shut the capstone. More hard than all bones in hell and all slow. I scream time 9 minutes on my 8-milestone. You can't see me down, cause I'm gone. You know I'm down at the 12 on, I'm probably prone and scoping them all out. Get the scope and just one round to see what my loan all about. Spirit dangerous, can't gotta have her still with two bombs. Me shitting on critics and riddles living in dogs. Scribbling in hillbilly scripture, you bitches. Too much power now on a level that don't even got description. Right now the room reflects my walls like heavy little gold frames. Growing muscle breakers down in cause they jam and John Lennon. Michael Jackson, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. I'm living what was written. Too much power now. This level ain't got no description. John Lennon, Michael Jackson, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. When I die, they're gonna bury me in legend. John Lennon, Michael Jackson, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. John Lennon, Michael Jackson, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. Kalani on the beat, motherfucker. This sound like back when you was a kid and shit. You know, we would actually have fucking posters on the wall and shit. There's heroes and shit out here, dog. There ain't no more. I was trying to get the blues from Michael Jackson's thriller. I thought I was Curtis Jackson while I was rapping in the mirror. I felt like I had a chance when I discovered Mac Miller. My visions are sublime, why I'm going crazy. Just the evils of these people banging. The only nightmare that I got is one of people not dreaming. It's the image that these people banging. Only nightmare that I got is one of people not dreaming. I can't be friends with rappers who don't get the work. I can't keep up the acting, that's the scenes that I always cut. Seems they're living in a movie that's not even in love. Don't mix up authenticity with the high buzz. All my idols, old legends, and they're 6 feet in the dirt. And I watched all their mistakes, the lyrics told me the time, so I pressed the left, flashed the gas and kept going. The poster on my wall made me believe what my belief was not. And I heard window shopper when I was 12 years old, watching my parents fighting mama's MasterCard line wire. This destruction so beautiful in the instrumental combo. Picture a poster with me on it as it keeps taking them home. I was trying to mimic moves from Michael Jackson's thriller. I thought I was Curtis Jackson while I was rapping in the mirror. I felt like I had a chance when I discovered Mac Miller. My visions are sublime, why I'm going crazy. It's the image that these people bending. The only nightmare that I got is one of people not dreaming. It's the image that people have been needing. Only nightmare that I got is one of people not dreaming. My rap idol told me get rich or die trying. I got rich and didn't die. Too much money gave me a higher mind. Money can do everything, but real need you can't buy. Like having folks around you without going insta live. Hip-hop ain't it, it's just the context inside. If context be a heart, they got some sticks to stay alive. And I ain't heard a love song in over a decade, that's beyond me. But I cry tears now when I hear what's love out there, Joe and Ashanti. That's too good, where we at, people forgot how to came some fame at it. I can't overlook it, to me it's the definition track. The world needing some magic, but they outlawing the practice, yeah. I was trying to mimic moves from Michael Jackson's thriller. I thought I was Curtis Jackson while I was rapping in the mirror. I felt like I had a chance when I discovered Mac Miller. My visions are sublime, why I'm going crazy. It's the image that these people bending. The only nightmare that I got is one of people not dreaming. It's the image that people have been needing. Only nightmare that I got is one of people not dreaming. I was trying to
smile when they say I'm falling off the cliff. Now I can hear them overlapping platinum hits. I get drunk with country legends, driving platinums through the stick. Them motherfuckers love me, cause Charlie Daniels in heaven. And I'm mobbing through Nashville crazy as Waylon Jennings. Rebel who ain't selling, it is what it is in church. Don't tell them, joke the gospel, walk before me, heaven sent to fight the devil. I ain't no actor for the camera, they ain't shit I can't handle. Tell a critic, beat the gold, Newman 87. Say what I mean, dog, whole life, acapella, heavy you rain, and I don't want nobody's umbrella. Ain't no shame in my barbed wire fences. My word shake the world, I don't need mention. In the street won't be dead, cause I'm existing. Ain't no shame in my barbed wire fences. Ain't no shame in my barbed wire fences. My word shake the world, I don't need mentions. In the street want me dead, cause I'm existing. Ain't no shame in my barbed wire fences. I ain't nothing but a 90s baby, waste no time. Dagger races, earn hard shirt, checkers, flag, Dixie legends, innovator. What my crew do, the back roads windows down and crank it in the hot with the bond. Royals up the rural places. We live in nightmares so they can fake the dream. Dressing like the real ones running through the fields of gold and green. They only hate me cause the time on something they can't fake the lady line. Now Harley turns a Harley room man. I know brothers who know brothers that'll club a motherfucker. Nash Vegas race but don't go clubbing motherfucker. Outlaw shit, big teen on the shirt sucker. I'm a desperado, the Indian still really hustle. Lose a hand if you're trying to give my voice a muzzle. Redneck show up, blue collars like what's up, motherfucker. Church, cause I be preaching to the baddest and not telling what's trying to kill me like a Baptist with a rap list. Ain't no shame in my barbed wire fences. My word shake the world, I don't need mentions. In the street won't be dead cause I'm existing. Ain't no shame in my barbed wire fences. Ain't no shame in my barbed wire fences. My word shake the world, I don't need mentions. In the street won't be dead cause I'm existing. Ain't no shame in my barbed wire fences. Ain't no shame in my trailer tattoos. Ain't no shame with these holes in my boots. Ain't no shame when you can't count the stab wounds. It's shame the same name was went from rags to more rags. My neck roll underground, got the back of one thing they can't say is I ain't missed a record down hard. Man in Music City pissing on some record label grass. Getting zero turn, trying to get rid of my white ass. 10% glass, the other 90 white trash. And walk through hell to pull up in a 6-figure Barrett Jackson. Turn my stang into a carriage, burn out in my casket. Bastard had a flame the world wouldn't even match it. Ain't no shame in my barbed wire fences. cause we all live in the die. And mama let it be too, and I done had a preview. I walk around now with some X-ray vision and everybody see me, see through. I ain't nothing more going than learning with purposes. And fly, the story ain't got no turbulence. I'm another teacher, and I done had a preview. So I walk around now with some X-ray vision and everybody see me, see through. I ain't nothing more going than learning with purposes. And fly, the story ain't got no turbulence. Yeah, talking about me, alright. I'm gonna go and smoke my weed and come back in the night sight. Level high, everybody sung a stellar wine, so never mind. Right now I guess I'm going blind. There's no shade opinions where my shadow get to sit and shine. Draw line, Edward scissor hands, cut up from fine art. Behind bars, give me the big hat and the pad, y'all. Got the industry in prison, lost the keys to all these paradox. And they all mind riding. I'm in the studio coughing, cause my heart was tortured, sticking in, ready in the coffin, which is very often bearing a pallbearer that's bare ramen that I son of the south and they stuck inside of a square garden. Staring at him like an air marshal being flash. Fuck, I'm in the business like an airpod. Sail to like a machete being swung by the cartel. All hell. Don't tell heaven now they're killing artists in this lane while they in the car still. Raise them pop the trunks up to the system. Everything I drop hot as hell. I kill you and your soul not for sale. Every track and I can well. Call me in music and coalition edition position. Even though I'm making fence pale. My white neighbors caught a law cause I'm in blazing trails. Up church of last name Holy Grail. My daughter gonna be a savage mastermind with a ponytail. So, oh well, leaving the motel. Family on the way. They one of my grandkids at the boat sale. Good luck swimming to the next hotel. I done kicked so many asses, they gonna evolve with no toenails. They gon' tell my daughter I was a road male when I was sipping sister out of my old well. Buckle my hillbilly Appalachian history. Got the fire from the third lady Jack Daniels distillery. It's cousin, nothing but a valedictory. I'm only attached to victory. Time alone, solo, the best American marijuana. Put my enemies all up, roll this bella down. So many raps underground with this rain. Osama, Tupac, won't let me wear a jacket, bomber. Even when I'm dead, I couldn't pay to be a gunner. I guess reincarnation, probably my only sponsor. The hip-hop, I'm an indestructible Apache helicopter. When I'm 50, I'll be calculating. Got a sucker process and paradoxical. This in the G's spirit. God, trying to do me, lead you to a mental hospital, period. Exclamation point, hold up, let me roll another joint. Level 2, high rolling stone. To my tongue, God, wrapped around the engine horns. Double kick, we them all the boys. Hillbilly, after talking toys. Hell, I hate it, he don't like it, but his mama does. And I'm thumping on the swisher with the fucking fuzz. Dinner in your town with your fucking judge. We don't give a fuck. I'll stay true, just a different breed. Dixieland is split like out south to the river seeds. In 200 years, hear the bass knocking from cedar trees. Stopping painted dark under green and gray with a HB. Repeat out in ground, going pardon me, Paisley. Except the girl from my bladder board in the mainstream. Take a little for the finish speed and then mix inside a day mix drink. Yes, tell them bitches I didn't even need 6 strings. I ain't no Cash, ain't no Willie, ain't no Waylon. No shit, but ain't no Cash, Waylon, no Willie in no church, bitch.
too, but dying like Buddy Holly wouldn't bother you, now would it?
Don't say we're gonna die.
We might.
No, we're not.
Oh shit! Oh, what is it?
Nothing.
My nerves are shot with this heat.
We go gone, music city, magic on the wall. Satan got some gold inside his pocket that I want. Muscle car started, motherfucker, here I come. We go gone, music city, magic on the wall. Satan got some gold inside his pocket that I want. Muscle car started, motherfucker, here I come. We go dumb, music city, magic on the wall. Satan got some gold inside his pocket that I want.
everybody. Welcome to episode 1722, a best of, but we're here to get you ready for it as I am traveling to my sister for the holidays. This is something different. Well, not really different, but something that I think but it's timely, this one.
They're all timely. We did a climate change once, kind of a evergreen timely.
Yeah, but this particular one, which Strokey Bill put together for us in two parts, takes us all the way back to the very beginning of COVID. Actually, comes in with I believe it starts with the testing. And man, when remember that testing?
Yeah, then we talked about the spinning and spin it up.
How many of those kits do you still have? How many of those test kits do you still have at the house?
Well, these are the kits that came in later. Yeah, I have probably 2 or 3 cases of them. Because they always give them away. They're giving them away free. And when you order a batch from the government or from your local pharmacy, they give you 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah.
They're useless, but they're kind of decorative.
Well, I mean, just look at now. I mean, Tina and I take ivermectin weekly.
Well, you know, it was hydroxychloroquine that was the first obscure drug that came into the conversation.
That's right. I forgot.
Don't forget that.
Hydroxychloroquine.
As soon as Trump mentioned it, it was verboten.
Yes.
This was the era we have to always remember. It's kind of hard to, but it's all I have to remember because it's so long ago. That whatever Trump did, they did the opposite.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
Trump suggests he suggests hydroxychloroquine, and so it's bad.
Yeah.
And then ivermectin came into the conversation later, and it became bad too.
Horse pace. What are you doing, you crazy people? So this particular best of warning, trigger warning. You could get all mad all over again listening to it because you just hear how crazy it was and what we lived through. And congratulations if you're listening to this episode, because you lived through it. You probably lived through it with us. So let's get started right now with part 1 of the best, if there's such a thing, of COVID.
CBS 2 has learned that an army of NYPD officers will fan out across the city this weekend to make sure that people are wearing masks and maintaining social distance. CBS 2's Marcia Kramer has this exclusive story.
You might say it's no more Mr. Nice Guy. The NYPD will be out in force at parks, beaches, and playgrounds this weekend to make sure New Yorkers don't get up close and personal with each other, that everyone observes social distancing.
We're past the point of warnings. This is a dangerous situation.
NYPD Chief of Department Terrence Monahan telling me that New Yorkers drawn out of their homes by the expected sunny skies and warm temperatures this weekend will see a large police presence. 1,000 cops, all 5 boroughs, to keep New Yorkers safe by trying to stop the spread of COVID-19.
Barbecues with large gatherings of people together, organized sports events, people hanging together trying to drink or something along those lines. We will be breaking these up. We will be actively involved. People who are just walking together, exercising on a blanket with their family, those aren't people we're going to bother. If they don't have a mask, we'll give them masks.
Will you really arrest people?
If they confront us, if it becomes an incident, yes, we will. If it has to be, yes. I hope it never comes to that, though, Marcia. People should understand just how dangerous a virus this is.
We will shut you down. We will cite you. And if we need to, we will arrest you and we will take you to jail. Period. There should be nothing unambiguous about that. Don't make us treat you like a criminal. But if you act like a criminal and you violate the law and you refuse to do what is necessary to save lives in the city in the middle of a pandemic, we will take you to jail. Period.
Mayor Lightfoot facing criticism tonight after getting her hair done. A photo surfaced of the mayor with a hairdresser, but she appeared to ignore social distancing efforts, standing right next to them for the picture. When asked about that photo today, this is what the mayor had to say.
I'm the public face of this city. I'm on national media, and I'm out in the public eye. And you know, I'm a person who I take my personal hygiene very seriously. As I said, I felt like I needed to have a haircut. I'm not able to do that myself, and so I got a haircut.
When
want to talk more about that?
Part of the criticism came from the fact that the mayor had called on people not to go out and get their hair done in one of her Stay Home Save Lives PSA.
Necessary for new members to function properly in the society they are being inducted into are all imbued at this time. Repetition is typical, as its use helps hammer the spell home. The wearing of masks may be required. Masking has traditionally played an important role in rituals at this time, enabling and hastening the suppression of ego to help facilitate the death of the old identity before the identification with and manifestation of a new one. Disguised under a mask and hidden away, the initiate is more easily able to transcend the self, pushed further toward that invisible line between the physical and spiritual realms.
I'm sure you've seen in a number of polls, there's a huge difference between Democrats and Republicans over whether or not they think it's necessary to wear a mask in public. Do you have any sense as to why that would be?
No sense as to why that would be. That's the choice of the American public. It's the choice of the individual as to whether to wear a mask or not. But again, I'd praise the extraordinary work of this administration in distributing those masks and ensuring healthcare providers get them.
The idea of shutting everybody down is a new idea that was developed in the 2006 Bush administration provisional plan on pandemics based on a high school student's science project. So the idea that this is the way to go, shutting everything down, is not true. It's not scientifically true. It may be superior, but we don't know yet. So it may just be that when we go back to masks and social distancing in the world, there will be no uptick in the cases. So this idea of a second wave may never happen. Now we will have some upticks, little outbreaks, but the idea will be to isolate and contain those outbreaks.
While this lockdown has been going on, I know from communications to me and Gads and Jamie at davidite.com, I know from all the postings on the internet, not just in Britain, but around the world in America, that while this lockdown has been going on, 5G masks are being rolled out at a very rapid rate. In the same period of this lockdown, something like another 21 towns and cities have been opened in Britain to 5G. The 5G is being rolled out all over the world at a very great rate of knots.
This is a time where everything is supposed to be stopped, and they're still building towers overnight.
Yes, because that's considered essential work.
Do you think that Dr. Fauci played a part in COVID-19 then? Do you think that he should be held accountable or responsible or criminally responsible for the corruption with COVID-19, or even tracing back as far as 30 plus years?
Oh, absolutely. He should be held criminally responsible all the way back to the spread of HIV/AIDS through the country. At the same time, he did the same thing he's doing now in COVID-19, that is prevent the use of therapies like hydroxychloroquine or low-dose type 1 interferon alpha, or any number of natural things, prevent people from doing the appropriate testing. The FDA didn't do the appropriate serology testing that would have shown that in fact the virus had been through this country earlier than thought, and we may have actually had in many places a natural herd immunity that isn't occurring with the lockdown, and that people are being prevented from, even if they were exposed, from getting the disease with prophylactic measures. That's preventative measures like hydroxychloroquine, and all the same time promoting drug use in research and clinical trials, which he's also doing a similar thing to what he did, what he directed to be done in the case of the XMRVs. That's fraudulent studies that show that a drug works when it really doesn't work, and how they manipulate the study design in order to drag it out. So and then, because we're not developing a natural herd immunity, the amount of disease and death that's being caused while people while he's promoting measures that not only don't work, but have caused literally the devastation of our economy, and we won't even be able to count the number of deaths from people who couldn't get adequate care for things like cancer and cardiovascular disease, just simple care for things that have nothing to do with COVID-19.
As we come on the air tonight, coronavirus infections are still growing in much of the country. Just as we're learning, there is now a more powerful mutant strain of the virus that is even more difficult to treat. There are now more than 20,000 new confirmed cases every day here in the United States. And while cases are declining in the New York City area, the epicenter of the crisis, elsewhere, the rate of infection is rising. Still, 44 states are moving forward with lifting restrictions. And tonight, President Trump is acknowledging those moves to reopen could lead to even more deaths, telling reporters today that Americans should, quote, think of themselves as warriors.
COVID-19 remains a threat, but there's a drive to get out, to get back to normal. Well, AHS says there's now an app. It could help.
Providing this information voluntarily is crucial to our work to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Alberta Trace Together is the first contact tracing app available in North America. Every time users pass one another, their phones record the encounter using Bluetooth. Encrypted data will be stored on the phone. Now, if one of those users tests positive for COVID-19, the user can upload their interactions to AHS, and a contact tracer would call the numbers the phone registered, telling them to self-isolate.
Like bringing a camera into focus, these techniques give us a far clearer picture that help us to inform our actions going forward.
Now, the app stores only phone numbers, no locations. It doesn't use GPS, but tracking still raises privacy questions. Alberta's privacy commissioner says she has been involved and she supports enhanced contact tracing. In a statement, she adds, in my view, Alberta Health has chosen a less intrusive approach in deploying this app.
President Trump is lashing out against a new advertisement by a Republican-led group called the Lincoln Project, calling out his mismanagement of the coronavirus pandemic. The one-minute ad is titled Morning in America, spin on Ronald Reagan's 1984 campaign slogan.
There's morning in America, and under the leadership of Donald Trump, our country is weaker and sicker and poorer. And now, Americans are asking, if we have another 4 years like this, will there even be an America?
That Morning in America ad spelled M-O-U-R-N-I-N-G in a series of angry tweets posted just after midnight Tuesday morning. Trump attacked the makers of the ad, singling out George Conway, longtime Trump critic, husband of White House counselor Kellyanne Conway. Trump tweeted, quote, I don't know what Kellyanne did to her deranged loser of a husband, Moonface, but it must have been really bad, Trump tweeted.
CBS's Mola Lenghi is going to lead us off tonight in New York City. Mola?
Well, Nora, while deaths in New York are down significantly from their peak just a few weeks ago, we're still losing more than 200 people a day to this virus. So many that bodies are being stored in makeshift morgues, like those white refrigerator trucks that you see behind me there. And that is why there is so much hope in this experimental new vaccine that could be ready by this fall.
Well, we certainly hope so. I want to put up a quote from Governor Cuomo in New York, which sort of had some surprising information in it. He said 66% of the people who were new cases were at home, which is shocking to us. He said this is a surprise. Overwhelmingly, the people were at home. We thought maybe they were taking public transportation and we've taken special precautions, but actually no, these people were literally at home. 66% of the new cases. How does that happen?
Well, generally speaking, patients report, and this has been well established, better and safer behaviors than reality. So people report that they may be staying at home, but in fact we know 600 people got the infection during pretty harsh sheltering conditions in the New York area. How did that happen? That means they got the infection during the extreme measures. So we know the drivers of this infection. We know what they are. They're mass gatherings, they're travel, they're people working in confined areas, it's people with direct contact. And we know that 20% of those admissions to the hospital were in nursing homes. We're seeing now in meatpacking areas, those that work in confined areas, especially with high-risk individuals. That is one of our major battles, is dealing with the outbreaks in these challenged areas.
All right. We'll talk to you again soon. Dr. Marta Makary, thank you very much. Good to have you here tonight.
Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks. You're sure of it, because people are listening really closely to them. Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often, there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face. And can you get some schmutz sort of staying inside there? Of course. But when you think masks, you should think of healthcare providers needing them and people who are ill.
And a 56-foot billboard called the Trump Death Clock has been unveiled in Times Square here in New York. The billboard was created by the Oscar-nominated filmmaker Eugene Jarecki.
So the Trump Death Clock is a billboard that hangs over Times Square, and what it shows is an estimate of the number of U.S. COVID-19 deaths that resulted from the president and his team's failed response to the coronavirus outbreak. Thanks to Dr. Fauci and leading epidemiologists, we now know that had the mitigation guidelines been put into effect just 1 week earlier, on March 9th instead of March 16th, 60% of U.S. COVID-19 deaths would have been prevented. That's an incredible number, and on behalf of all those who needlessly lost their lives to this failed leadership in a pandemic, we need a symbol that cries out not only for accountability, but also for more responsible and responsive stewardship going forward.
At the time of this broadcast, the Trump Death Clock stands at 46,485 and growing.
This is the New York City Police Department. Non-essential gatherings of any kind have been prohibited by the governor and the mayor. This gathering is unlawful, and you are ordered to disperse. If you fail to disperse immediately, you are subject to arrest.
In my lifetime, this will be the greatest economic hit. But you don't have a choice. People act like you have a choice. People don't feel like going to the stadium when they might get infected. You know, it's not the government who's saying, okay, just ignore this disease. And, you know, people are deeply affected by seeing these deaths, by knowing they could be part of the transmission chain, and old people, their parents, their grandparents could be affected by this. And so you don't get to say, ignore what's going on here. There will be the ability, particularly in rich countries, to open up if things are done well over the next few months. But for the world at large, normalcy only returns when we've largely vaccinated the entire global population. And so, although there's a lot of work on testing, a lot of work on drugs that we're involved with, trying to achieve that ambitious goal, which has never been done for the vaccine, that rises to the top of the list.
All right, what have we got here? We've got, look at this. Look closely at this. That's a restaurant that's using mannequins to fill out the half-empty dining room. What's the story behind this one, Ash?
This is the Inn at Little Washington in Washington, Virginia. It's no ordinary restaurant. It's a Michelin 3-star restaurant. It's to get a table here, it is very coveted. So rather than leave them open, the owners of the restaurant said, let's put in the mannequins. Very well dressed, I may add. 3-piece suits, ties, hats, nice dresses for the ladies. The company is a little lifeless. But by the way, the tasting menu is $248. So I hope you get more than fried chicken and fish and chips.
I want a mannequin. That's what I want.
Yeah. On Capitol Hill, House Democratic leaders have unveiled a massive 1,800-page coronavirus relief package worth $3 trillion. The so-called HEROES Act would fund expanded unemployment benefits through January 2021, send most U.S. adults another one-time $1,200 stimulus check, and provide $1 trillion in assistance to hard-hit state, local, and tribal governments. It would also expand SNAP food benefits, fund hazard pay for frontline workers, increase funding for COVID-19 testing, and provide $25 billion in funding to the U.S. Postal Service. The bill would not expand Medicare to cover millions of newly uninsured Americans, nor does it provide for rent and mortgage relief or recurring cash payments to U.S. households. The bill would expand the Paycheck Protection Program to bail out corporate lobbyist firms. Climate activists say the bill also fails to close loopholes for big polluters. Greenpeace USA tweeted, quote, "Fossil fuel CEOs will be rejoicing that Congress has once again left the door wide open for handouts to struggling, mismanaged oil and gas corporations."
Do you agree that stimulus should move forward? There's been some Republicans who suggest that
I don't know. It depends. Certainly not the package that I saw today. Basically, if you look at that package, what they want more than anything else is it's a voting package. They want to be able to make sure that Republicans can't win an election by putting in all sorts of mailing ballots. Now, that's the problem with mail-in ballots. Are they going to dump a whole pile of ballots on your desk just before the election? So the problem with the mail-in ballots, it's subject to tremendous corruption, cheating. And so I'm against it. And if you look at the bill that Nancy Pelosi is putting in, has a lot to do with elections, and then we're not going to lose elections because of that.
Tonight, the FBI and federal cybersecurity agents are warning that hackers linked to the Chinese government are trying to steal research on coronavirus vaccines and therapies. The FBI says the potential theft could jeopardize the treatment of patients here in the U.S. Here's CBS Chief Justice and Homeland Security correspondent Jeff Begays.
While the coronavirus was sweeping across parts of China in January, U.S. officials say Chinese hackers were already focused on the United States, trying to steal research from universities and pharmaceutical companies that were working on a cure. John Demers is the Assistant Attorney General for National Security.
The Chinese for years have targeted biomedical research, and there's nothing more important than COVID-19 research right now in that field.
The hacking charges ratcheted up tensions over the virus between the U.S. and China.
What should have been stopped at the source was China.
But it's not just China. Iran is also on the attack. Researchers at the cybersecurity company Recorded Future say the Iranian state targeted an executive at Gilead Sciences, the manufacturer of the promising coronavirus treatment drug remdesivir. But Demers said China is desperate to be first with a vaccine. You call this a holy grail of information that these foreign actors are going after?
There's nothing more important right now than these treatments, and perhaps most significantly for China, for geopolitical guys, to be able to say that they were the first to develop a vaccine.
Tonight in a statement, Chinese officials said the accusations were without evidence, but U.S. officials say anyone working on a vaccine should be on hyper alert. Margaret.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Many times that the U.S. is doing far better than any other country when it comes to testing.
Yes.
Why does that matter? Why is this a global competition to you if every day Americans are still losing their lives and we're still seeing more cases every day?
Well, they're losing their lives everywhere in the world. And maybe that's a question you should ask China. Don't ask me, ask China that question, okay? When you ask them that question, you may get a very unusual answer. Yes, behind you, please.
Sir, why are you saying that to me specifically?
I'm not saying it specifically to anybody. I'm saying it to anybody that would ask a nasty question like that.
You're
the fucking Cybertruck, dude. Put the fucking hammer down. Okay, anybody else? Please, go ahead, please.
I have 2 questions.
No, it's okay.
But you pointed to me. I have 2 questions.
Next, please.
But you called on me.
I did, and you didn't respond, and now I'm calling on
Sorry,
the young lady in the back, please.
I just wanted to let my colleague finish. But can I ask you a
Ladies
question?
and gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
There's an approach called the RNA vaccine that people like Moderna, CureVac, and others are using that in 2015 we'd identified that as very promising for pandemics and for other applications as well. And so if everything goes perfectly with the RNA approach, we could actually beat the 18 months. We don't want to create unrealistic expectations. The efficacy of vaccines in older people is always a huge challenge. You know, it turns out the flu vaccine isn't that effective in elderly people. Most of the benefit comes from younger people not spreading it because they're vaccinated, and that benefits on a community basis the elderly. Here, we clearly need a vaccine that works in the upper age range because they're most at risk of that. And doing that so that you amp it up so it works in older people and yet you don't have side effects. You know, if we have, 1 in 10,000 side effects, that's, way more, 700,000, people who will suffer from that. So really understanding the safety at gigantic scale across all age ranges, pregnant, male, female, undernourished, existing comorbidities, it's very, very hard. And that actual decision of, okay, let's go and give this vaccine to the entire world, governments will have to be involved because there will be some risk and indemnification needed before that can be decided on.
Taking on coronavirus in hard-hit communities of color. Join Don Lemon and Van Jones with Dr. Regina Benjamin and Robert Smith. Plus, messages of hope from Mario Lopez, Samuel L. Jackson, and more. The Color of COVID, live tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
And now on to the frauds. Let's start with Pennsylvania Health Secretary Rachel Levine, who weeks ago ordered nursing homes to admit COVID-positive patients. Well, while thousands of residents saw their loved ones and family members die, Levine quietly extracted her own mother out of harm's way, reportedly moving her from a nursing home to a hotel.
My mother requested, and my sister and I, as her children, complied to move her to another location during the COVID-19 outbreak. My mother is 95 years old. She is very intelligent and more than competent to make her own decision.
I'd rather have her mother be Health Secretary of Pennsylvania, frankly.
Do you mean a fully approved vaccine for everyone, the full public, or a partially approved vaccine with emergency use?
No, we're looking for a full vaccine for everyone that wants to get it. Not everybody's going to want to get it. But we're looking at a full vaccine. Is that a correct statement?
So the answer is yes. We're working for a fully approved vaccine, but we'll also use the tools we have, for instance, emergency use authorization as appropriate. We use all of our regulatory tools to bring vaccine available for the entire American population by January.
Okay, and then Mr. President, can you just clarify, why are some of you wearing a mask and why are some of you not wearing a mask?
We've all been tested. I've been tested. We've all been tested, and we're quite a distance away, and we're outdoors. So I told them, I gave them the option. They could wear it or not. So you can blame it on me, but I gave them the option. We can wear it or not.
President, and he said it again today, we need to move ahead, whether we're ready or not on the, in the direction of opening up.
Yes, he did, Judy. And the president proves once again he's not actually strategic or tactical in his political fights that he engages in. He's visceral. He's instinctive. You should always, if you're going after somebody politically, go after somebody who's a lot weaker than you are politically or less popular. Democrats won 5 consecutive presidential elections running against Herbert Hoover because he was there in the Depression and unpopular as a Republican president. But he picked Anthony Fauci, Dr. Fauci. David mentioned he'd been there since the Reagan years. But not only that, when in a presidential debate, when George H.W. Bush was asked to cite a contemporary American hero, he cited Dr. Anthony Fauci.
The Food and Drug Administration halted a coronavirus testing program promoted by billionaire Bill Gates and Seattle health officials pending reviews. The program sought to send test kits to the home of people both healthy and sick to try to bring the country to the level of testing officials say is necessary before states can begin safely reopening. The program, which has already gone through thousands of tests, found dozens of cases that had previously been undiagnosed. The Seattle Coronavirus Assessment Network said on its website that the FDA has asked it to pause testing while it receives additional authorizations, but maintained its procedures are safe.
Every player, unless they're from the same household, has to bring their own tennis balls so that you don't touch other people's tennis balls with your hands. You can kick their balls, but you can't touch them. I'm gonna blush, sorry. Of course, if you're playing with someone in your household, you can touch those tennis balls. To avoid confusion. To avoid confusion between whose balls are whose, you can use a marker, like a Sharpie, to mark out, to put an X or put someone's initials on them.
The P4 lab at the Wuhan Institute of Virology has come under scrutiny as a potential source of the virus. According to an NBC report, a hazardous event may have happened at the lab in October last year. 3 people familiar with the matter told NBC that U.S. intelligence agencies are reviewing an unofficial report on cell phone location data. The report found there was no cell phone activity around the high security part of the P4 lab between October 7th and 24th last year. The report suggests there may have been a hazardous event there sometime between October 6th and 11th that required the lab to be closed during that time. The report talks about images from October 14th to 19th last year showing no outbound traffic from the lab. It suspected a roadblock was set up to prevent cars and people coming and going. This is in contrast to satellite images from August to October 6th, which show a lot of activity. The next instance of activity was on October 25th. U.S. Senator Tom Cotton also spoke about the data in an interview with Fox News. Cotton said normally thousands of mobile phones are in use around this area. Wuhan has about the same population density as New York. He adds the sudden drop in cell phone usage is likely an indicator of when the virus first began spreading. He said we could get to the bottom of it a lot faster if the Chinese regime was more transparent. U.S. intelligence officials
Yo.
There's a real possibility the convention does not happen, or it happens in a virtual sense. Is that correct?
Well, first of all, our convention has to happen because we are not officially nominating Joe Biden in order to take Donald Trump. So our convention is happening. There is business that has to happen. Now, when it comes to what our convention is going to look like, I can guarantee you that our convention will ensure that is safety first, whether it is our delegates, the people of Milwaukee, or all of those involved in a convention. We will make sure that they are safe, whatever that looks like, and that they vote for our nominee.
With summer right around the corner, New Jersey announced this week that beaches would be open by Memorial Day weekend, with some restrictions. The openings are weeks behind other coastal states like Georgia and Florida, but as one of the states hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, local officials say they are proceeding cautiously. At exactly 10 a.m. yesterday, the barriers that had been blocking the boardwalk and beach in Seaside Heights, New Jersey, were pushed aside. An announcement made it official.
These beaches are now officially open. Once again, these beaches are now officially open.
It's a sign that things are returning to normal in this quintessential Jersey Shore town. Sort of.
We're looking to see how we do with the social distance.
Buddy, how did Obama?
Because he was a light-skinned, sexy man.
How did Obama win over the white, blue-eyed man? How can you tell me?
He was a light-skinned, sexy man. That's why he won.
He was a what?
He was a light-skinned, sexy man.
But a bunch of
Oh, that's right. He was light-skinned. He wasn't black.
He was light-skinned.
Obama was a good talker. This is why he got
That's
fucking
right. Actually, that's
elected.
true.
No,
That's because he
Obama.
was
Listen, Obama was always going to win because McCain was an old fucking white guy, a fucking war
nothing to do
hero.
with it.
Let's get
Obama
that
was
straight.
What
He
about
was
Mitt
an
Romney?
old, disgusting white
Putting
guy,
out
and there's a
What
lot of
about Mitt
white
Romney?
ladies who are like, let me.
Yo.
for God.
If somebody says there's no evidence for God,
is more than one
okay,
definition, so
then either
basically,
they're making
I
a
don't,
statement
at
of
that
ignorance,
point,
or they're making a statement
I have
that
no clue
that
of
the
what
world
God
isn't
is.
indicative
Because
of
all the
God.
definitions that you presented
Okay.
is,
Yeah, total fucking
they don't
loser.
correspond to anything. So, yeah.
I don't understand. Like, shouldn't they prove what God is before asking about like exclusionary statements? For example, if I say, "Hey, unicorn is a necessity," or something like that, and you're like, "Hey,
Yeah,
what's a unicorn?"
I mean,
And I'm like, "Hey, unicorn is something with like horn, and characters and shit." Like,
yeah. Well, the thing, yeah. Sorry. There's a thing is that
he's a bad faith debater. That's a problem. He's a bad faith.
Yeah, it's dark looking, so I know which God he's talking about. So I wanted to.
Yeah,
to
like
tell.
if you ask him about Christian God, like he presupposes Christian God.
Yeah,
If
that's why.
he's
That's
just
what.
circular, and he talks about being a virtuous.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to ask him if he was knowledgeable about.
Is of God. Yeah, total fucking loser.
Definitely the most beautiful person I could speak
Yo,
to outside.
wait, hold up. I can barely hear you. What's up?
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Well, before you ask this
Yeah.
question, check my stream.
Check your. I can't. You're not streaming.
Yes, it is on YouTube.
Oh, you're on YouTube. Okay,
On
sweet.
YouTube, check the YouTube stream.
Hell yeah, trucking live. Beautiful. How do I? Hey, sitting back and relaxing.
Well, what do you notice about the stream?
It's clear. And
Yes.
It's wide. And I can hear myself.
And you could hear yourself. And look at the bottom right hand of the screen.
Wow, good for you.
So actually, it hasn't updated on mine, but on OBS.
People got to be a little careful of what they say and do.
Yeah. So I will turn that off in a little bit, but look, it's doable.
Yup.
And it's a little window that I can adjust, and you can see who's in there and who's not. Although for some reason it hasn't. It's updated on OBS, but on the stream it just shows me in here. I just don't know.
Me too. Me too.
I
see it in the bottom right.
Okay. Then I must be. Oh, I know what's going on mine. I know what's happening. There we go. Yeah. Okay, I see it now. Yeah. So that's a thing. Although unfortunately I have it very. I have it set for. You were very fucking quiet on my Discord. So I got to go change that without dying. Voice and video. Okay. All right, say something.
Hello.
Okay, that's better. All right, so now ideally I'd have this all set up, and I wouldn't ever have to touch it. Now, unfortunately, I'm still having an issue with that stabilization software where it keeps crashing OBS, so I can't use that. But, I mean, at night, given the low light conditions, there was a lot of grain and pixelation. But right now during the day, I mean, what do you think?
You're going to have one more screen to show the chat box. There you go. That's all I'm going to say to it. It looks beautiful.
Okay, I've got that right here. I've got my other phone, which has the stream up, which there's a little bit of a delay. You'll probably notice that when you look closely at the two screens, there is a delay. But I can have the chat message retracted. What does that mean? What'd you post?
I retracted it.
Oh, okay.
So you can only see it. Oh, you can't see it. Never mind. But you can see I retracted. That's cool.
Okay.
I'm loving the fact that your speedometer is literally all the way on the right. I like that.
Yeah, dude, I'm flying. All right, say something again.
Hello.
Okay, your audio was peaking a little bit, and I don't know if it's. I adjusted it a little bit, so we'll see. I'll have to. It's kind of hard to do this and drive, and I'll have to listen it back later.
Yeah.
To get those. All right, say something.
I'll be right back though. I'm gonna go grab my coffee.
Okay, that's fine.
Give me a second.
All right, we should be good.
All right, so I'm back. Sorry.
Fuck off. All right, so, yes, I have given you the CEO role. So if Billy comes in here and starts to say the N-word,
You gotcha. Yup. Beautiful.
disconnect him or deafen him or something.
10-4.
Preferably, like, mute him, and then we can explain, like, hey, knock that shit off. Okay, so yeah, because there's no way I'd be able to do that quick enough.
By the way, I'm just gonna send you that text message of the question I was gonna ask you, but it's mainly telling you what I pretty much did to tell you what I'm doing. So, it's a man thing, telling you what I'm doing.
For absolute I'm off to take
Because I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
It's a $480 thing.
I mean,
I'm getting for $60.
I'd say you go ahead and sell it because, dude, your truck has already been taken care of so well, and your fuel is in such good condition, your oil's in good condition, you've done all the right things. It's really not going to make a difference one trip or another. I mean, look at what I've done to my truck, man. I've driven it across the country several times in my pickup, and I don't fucking do shit to that thing, and it still just keeps on
The
going.
question is, though, when you change diesel oil compared to gasoline oil, it's just so much darker, man.
Yes,
And it's
but
just like, you look at it and it's like, I want it to be clean.
you're never gonna get it clean all the time. That's the thing. Like, one trip up to New York is not gonna it's not gonna blow your motor up, or not gonna put it in a position where it will blow up down years or 100,000 miles down the line. Like, I think you should just go get that part to sell it for the money, and then take that 400. If you can get 300 out of it or whatever price, then you've got you've got a beginning point to go buy something else and then sell it and get some extra revenue going like that. That's a good starting point. Right there, that's a huge amount of profit margin for $60 turning into a few $100. Like, you're driving, 20 minutes to go pick up $200.
Yeah.
Like,
And I got, places I can, sell it at, because all you got to do is pretty much, hey, Ted, you see any 7.3s that are at a truck stop near you? Go up to the guy and tell him that you have a dual filter bypass system that you'll sell him for $300. He'll suck your dick for it.
well, I don't think I'll partake in that endeavor, but because I mean, if I ask some dude with a 7.3 here in Illinois, like, what am I gonna do? Ship it to him?
Yeah, it might be a little different there.
So I mean, you're gonna have to go find somebody to do it, but you throw it up on Facebook Marketplace, on Craigslist, on OfferUp, on those 3 sites. It's all free to create those listings, and then someone will.
I won't even do it on there. I'm part of the 7.3 groups, so all I got to do is just post it on there, and some hotshotter that's using their 7.3 is going to be like, okay, where are you? Kind of deal.
You don't see
can I come pick
7.3s.
this up?
People are hot shot with the 7.3. Come on.
They are, dude.
Bullshit, dude.
No, I'm serious, Ted. I've seen many people on the website that are hotshotting in their 7.3s.
Well, I've never seen one on the road. So, all the stuff that you see driving those hot shot loads commercially, they're new trucks. They're all new trucks. Within 5 years old. Like, I've never seen a 3rd gen Dodge. I've never seen, a fucking Cat-Eye Duramax. One of those OBS Chevys, or LBZ Duramaxes. You don't see them. Everything is brand new. I can point them out to you when we see it. Now, you might see like an old farm truck hauling horses or something, or hay, but that's a little different than, running commercial.
Yeah.
I mean, because, like, how long have I been on the road now? Almost 4 years, and there's not one time I can remember where I noticed a truck older than I'll even give it 10 years doing commercial work, like driving long distance.
Because the maintenance factor on them, I guess, compared to your truck, compared to that thing next to you.
No, it's because of the warranties.
Oh yeah, too money.
I mean that's the big thing is when you get a brand new truck, even if you're running it commercially, you still got a warranty, and that saves you a lot of money on it. That's why all those trucks, they still have their emission systems, the DEF.
I find it fascinating how your speedometer has not moved.
It's moved a little bit. I mean, I'm down to 73. Just this guy.
Okay, you moving the steering wheel so much, and is that the front stabilizers?
No, that's the wind.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's all wind, dude. I've been fighting it all day. Now, there was a couple times where it's like kind of pushed me out of the lane, but that was over a bridge. It's
What are
not
you, empty?
No, but I'm like
You're light.
probably 50.
That's still light.
Yeah.
At least a little light,
Well,
Once you
it's
get a 60 and 70, 80, you're good.
yeah, it's
He's
light
still
enough
okay.
to where I'm worried about 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That stresses me out, and we're kind of close to that right now from when I last checked the weather. And then on top of that, like when I'm like 70,000, I can brave 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. As depending on how the trailer's loaded. Like if it's loaded top heavy, where like the load goes all the way up to the ceiling, I might not do that. But right now, even with this trailer, like or with the load that I've got, it's all loaded to the floor. It's hospital beds that are not stacked vertically. So.
Interesting.
But yeah, I did confirm that YouTube does 360 video streaming. So that now if you go on YouTube and look up the 360 videos, you'll see what I'm talking about, where you can literally choose where you look. You just take your mouse and drag the cursor, and it moves the screen because it's 360 degrees. That's like framed into a regular video, so you can just look around wherever. And so that is a real possibility right there. These are probably the most annoying days when it's windy like this, just because all day I'm like just fighting it, man.
Yeah. Gotta have both hands on the steering wheel sometimes.
Yeah. I don't know why I find like steering these things like a motorcycle is much more comfortable. I don't know why, because like you'll see me do this a lot where I have my hands not either side of the steering wheel, but like on the center, and I'm steering it like that. There's I don't know why it's easier for me, and maybe it's because like I could get like leverage, and instead of like raising my arm in a vertical motion, I can like push, and it's much easier to like if the wind. See, like dude, right now. Look how far to the left I'm turning my steering wheel.
Yeah, I see that.
It's so crazy. I might have to slow down here in a little bit. It's gotten real flat. But yeah, so my internet has been delivered. I got to go pick it up in Washington.
Awesome. That's good to hear.
Yep, which I'm very, very excited about that. Now I just need to get one of those cellular boosters. and then that should solve my reception problems. And then I just stream this every day, and eventually, hopefully, you know, get a little bit of
You
success.
become a millionaire.
Well, I don't know about being a billionaire.
I mean, come on, everybody's gonna watch it to learn how to drive.
Well, there are guys correctly and all that, and it's like, well, shit, did the stream die?
No, you're here. You're good.
Okay.
Stream is good. You're good.
I got some notifications that something happened. But yeah, dude, like that. What I could do is, right now I've got my headset connected to my computer, and it offers enough noise cancellation that like it gets rid of all the bullshit audio. But what I might end up doing down the line is I need to figure out a way to mount my laptop like cops have it, to have it like some sort of arm that it sits in the center right here next to me. That way I can manage the stream without having to like be distracted at it. On top of that, when I'm done for the day, I could, if it's on like an articulating arm, I could be able to like slide it out of the way into where the passenger seat is and have it over there. So I need to figure something out for that. I've just never seen a product that really fits that description, what I'm looking for. And I don't know how I would mount it. Well, actually, what I could do, because I don't have a passenger seat, I could bolt it to the rails where the passenger seat is and get some sort of like camera gimbal that I can bolt to that, because that will make it sturdy as fuck. As well as if it's a camera gimbal, the way those Steadicam systems and gimbal systems work is they will automatically reduce movement and vibration, so it could like be good for my computer to not be like, it would not be feeling the effects of the computer. It'd be like a suspension for my laptop, or feeling the effects of the road. Because that's one thing I am concerned about is, I mean, at least I have an SSD. Like if I had a hard drive, that thing would be fucking obliterated, like a regular hard disk. So I don't know. There's a lot of.
Is there anything by the center console or anything that you can attach, say, a pole to?
Nothing. I would have to modify the truck, which is actually, it's plausible because this is not like the company owns this truck outright and all this. Like I could get permission and modify the truck that way and do it, but probably the best thing would be, shit. I don't know if I should pass this guy or not.
You're already doing it.
Yeah, yes I am. The passenger seat might be the best option, because with an articulating arm, I could have it slide over the center space, the center walkway, and then when I'm not using it, I can move it out of the way without any effort and have it sit in the passenger seat area and still be able to get to my sleeper. So I just got to go find it. The product is going to be, it's going to be an obscure product that I don't know where to find one that exactly fits my needs. But it'd be
I posted in general text when you get done driving. There's pictures of some of them, and you know they have like poles and whatnot. So you would just have to find a way to either mount the pole or something.
Those will not work. They're not sturdy enough. That's all for stationary desks. They will not survive the movement and vibrations of the truck. I've looked into those things before, but the type of product that I need is a camera gimbal, Gimble. Like look up camera gimbal arm, camera gimbal rig, Steadicam rigs.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I see what you guys are doing now.
Because those are designed to reduce all vibration and micro movements on it. And so I would have to get a camera thing and then potentially build an adapter to mount my laptop to that.
This one here at $375. It's an arm and vest body mount. For handheld video camera.
No, I don't think the vest will work because again, that's a Steadicam setup, and I've used one of those before when I was in school, and I've used the big ones. The one I'm talking about are ones that have like rails that it sits on the floor, and it's like a crane arm. Because the issue with that is you got to consider the weight of these things. That's a heavy laptop, and it's a big laptop. Cameras are not that heavy these days unless you're using like a Blackmagic with all the additions, or maybe even a Red camera, because they're all modular, and so they get pretty heavy for those. So I would have to find something, because it has to be long enough. It has to have a reach of, I'd say, 4 or 5 feet, and be adjustable. I know there's a product out there that will work for this, and it has to be small enough to where it fits in the passenger seat, because some of those gimbal rigs get very big. Because I've been thinking about the way things are going, right? And the amount of people, which we've had this conversation so many times, the amount of people have said, "Oh, you need to stream what you do. It'd be awesome. Love to watch it."
Well, there you go.
Right? So there, this is a day job. The stream I can do while I'm working, and has the potential to generate revenue. On top of that, we have crypto. That's 3 points of income that I could be doing without having to do any extracurricular activities. While like in my rare downtime that I get, that way I can still like just turn myself into a vegetable at the end of the day and build engines and automation. Which, speaking of automation, man, I like whatever's going on with BeamNG and automation that's having issues.
You don't like that at all.
What's that?
You don't like that at all. Neither do I. It's making me upset.
The 700. It might be just the compound turbos that are doing this. Because BeamNG might not be able to support compound turbos. Maybe the simulation's fucking up. Because
But when you change it to supercharger, you had the same issue.
No.
You just use the other car.
Well, the other car that it's 700 horsepower and supercharged, it has no issue at all. It's got because the final one I tested still had that compound turbo. So it might just be a compound turbo thing. I got to test the sequential turbos and see if I can make a really high horsepower supercharger, because there's a few possibilities. It's either the compound turbos or potentially even the sequential turbos, or it's the horsepower. That at a certain point, there's enough horsepower that something breaks in the calculations when it ports over, and it causes the temperatures to fly through the roof immediately and melt the walls of the engine. So I'm hoping.
For the Al Rilma update, he was able to create an 1880 horsepower 4.2 V6 with turbo, running on 3.5 bars. Now, after the Rilma update, he cannot make over 1300 with regular or compound turbo because the intake manifold and exhaust manifold are reaching max, the same issue you were having. And then the guy writes, the manager of the community camshaft, this is a known bug that we are investigating a fix for currently. It might not be in the first Rilma alpha patch, but it is in the works.
Well, I got up to about 5,000 or 4,000 horsepower and have it be able to run. There was a lot of stress and things that were, over temp, but I was able to get up to 4,000. Now, will we be able to make 10,000 horsepower vehicles anymore? No. But what I did find out is they've made some changes to the engines, because when we're looking at those V16s, none of the max settings would fit on any of the cars. That's because they increased the engine displacement options, as well as they increased the turbo size options, because before you could only go up to like a 3.5-inch turbo. Now you can go up to 5.5, 6 inches.
You don't have to stress. I'm reading Reddit, better overheating issues. I've tried making a car with the twin charging with the lowest boost possible, yet the car starts getting damaged and exploding in BeamNG after 2 seconds spent just under red line. The same guy writes, this is a known issue. A fix is coming with the very first patch.
Okay.
There you go.
I figured as much. So it seems like with the... Okay, that's good.
They're on the ball, dude. They're on the ball.
Thank God. But what I'm saying is now they've upped the displacement and the turbochargers. So before you could only have like 3.5-inch turbos. Now you can have like 6-inch turbos, 9-inch turbos, the big massive ones that you see on those pro street cars. And they've done the same for engine displacement. So before, I don't remember what the max is, but the max on the V16 is like fucking 7,000 cubic inches now, which is fucking insane. Now, finding a car that will fit in, hopefully they will add an option to, for the sake of BeamNG ports, to make the engine fit anyway. And then you can go into the model settings and adjust the position so that it looks good. So hopefully they add something like that, and I really want them to add an option that says no stress on any part, so you could just go buck wild and make whatever you want if you choose to.
That'd be the best. That's what they should do. It's like a sandbox.
Yes, exactly. So hopefully that happens, but it's really nice that we could have much bigger engines now. Like, we can now actually make, a 15-liter diesel engine, like Cummins, and with the fuel types, we could run it on natural gas. We could run it on, we can make those engines now that are like, that would fit in semi-trucks. It's also nice that a lot of the new mods, or the mods that I have, the models, they didn't work with the previous version. But now, as we were going through and I was pointing out, like, there's a whole bunch of new car options that are available, mods that are now compatible. So I'm very excited about this.
I would have to fix that.
You're gonna have to, every car you've built, you're gonna have to refix because they've changed the fuel options, and so now that's why everything was broken. It's because of that. So
Hey, how much is a paint job for say my truck? How much would it cost?
It depends.
A good job if you wanted to sell it.
A few thousand.
Okay, gotcha.
But that's getting someone to do it right. Now, what I've suggested, because you've got those other cars that are sitting around, man, learn to paint. That's such a valuable skill and such a rare skill that if you become proficient at painting and being able to do really nice paint jobs, even for regular cars, you can sell your services to for paint correction, how many cars have, like, my roof is now fucked on my truck because it was sitting in Arizona for so long. Like the whole roof is shit, and I'm worried how it's going to hold up because the clear coat is all destroyed. I'm worried about how it's going to hold up in Indiana with the temperatures.
Oh, I didn't need them anyway. Oh, sorry.
But, you know, being able to offer that as a service and to paint people's hoods and, you know, fenders and quarter panels to be able to match the paint so that it looks good and paint whole cars, like, that's good money right there. Because it's such a rare, like, how many, if you Google within 100 miles, how many automotive paint shops are there of your area? You're going to only find a handful, and they're actual shops. And you're not going to find, you know, Joe
They're
Smith.
all like Mako. Yeah. They're no small companies. They're all Makos.
Yeah, and you're not going to find fucking Joe Smith, you know, that does a good job and charges a good price because he has such low overhead. Those guys don't exist, really. So
The only reason I asked, I posted my diesel, not my diesel, but, you know, the same year, F-250 with 86,000 miles. He has it listed for only $10,000. Okay, I see that it needs a paint job. Okay, I see that it needs a new front seat. Front seat, $250 to $500 max. The paint job, $2,000, like you said. You're looking at $12,500.
So I'm guessing with the paint job. I do not know for certain. I've never really looked into it myself. I'm guessing because some paint jobs.
It's fine. Ted, that's fine. What I'm thinking of, this is a $20,000 truck. If you can invest, now I'm saying I might have to call somebody to invest in this, that I'd be able to tape it all up completely, go to the body shop to get it painted, find the seat, and then just relist it for $20,000.
$20,000 seems like a lot.
No, not for this. 86,000 miles.
What year?
2001. Same year as mine. Crew cab.
Yeah, well, I could see, actually, you might be right on 20,000. Just because people ask way too much money for the trucks out in that area.
Yep, it just honestly would depend if how much rust is underneath it. If there's no rust, then fucking A, $20,000. If there's rust, you're gonna have to either talk them down or think about not investing at all, because nobody's gonna want rust.
Okay.
Now, the truck has to sit in my garage until it's sold.
I can get a loan for that. The title would end up being in my name, and I'd be making the payments on it. Because I can get a $20,000 loan, potentially, and I would just have to send the title to a lender, because I've got a few lenders that I have some relationships with.
In the back car picture, if you see behind the tailpipe there and that picture, I'm going to have to figure out a way to bondo that part. If you see there's a little hole there at the very end before it gets painted. So I would have to take that to, Prentice or something to actually make that look flush as a dildo's cunt.
Yeah. All right, well,
I would actually take out the toolbox and paint the toolbox black completely.
How about this? We probably won't be able to get that truck in particular, but if I buy you paint supplies and you teach yourself how to paint and become proficient at it, I will go out and buy you a vehicle to start and then start reselling.
Oh man,
you gotta know how to paint though, because dude, the effect that a good paint job has on.
I do have a paint gun in there.
Yes, and you've got cars to work on. Learn how to sand it down properly. You got to sand cars down. Learn how to do the clear coats.
Dude, I love sanding, man. I love sand. Just sitting there and just making shit look so smooth. Oh, it's so nice, Fee. It's such a good feeling.
Well, there's dry sanding, there's wet sanding, there's a lot of different like ways to do it. Learning how to like do the clear coats,
Well, if you
mixing
don't
the
want to
paint.
invest in this truck, I'm gonna make a phone call to someone that would.
Okay, well, because I can't do it right now.
Yep.
I'm not in a position to get that. So by the time I am in a position to do that, the truck's already probably going to be gone. So,
All right, just give me a second. Let me make this lovely phone call.
Okay. Too much oil money, never enough dues. God. Whew. Damn sure wanna be like a dog all day. The bucket. Warren Buffett. Oh shit. Buy me a truck to pull it. Everything. Buy me a boat. Buy me a truck to pull it. I mean, anyone thing. Come on, wind.
Sitting in a coffee shop, just having a cup to pass the time. Swapping rodeo stories with this old cowboy friend of mine. Some motorcycle riders started snickering in the back. Started poking fun at my friend's hat. One of them boys at 810s. Would you mark your horse? My friend just put his hat down low, but they couldn't be right. One husky fella said, I think I'll rip that hat right off your head. That's when my friend turned around. This is what he said. You part of this old hat is better left alone. You see, it used to be my daddy's, but last year it passed on. My nephews getting around to fix up this old hat thing. Back in '69, he died in Vietnam. Now the eagle feather was given to me by an Indian friend of mine. But somebody ran him down somewhere around that Arizona line. And a real special lady gave me this hat pin. And I don't know if I'll ever see her again.
Western sky.
Now, if that old leather jacket means to you what this hat means to me, well, I guess we understand each other and we'll just let it be. But if you still think it's funny, then you got me back up against the wall. You touch my hat coming out from by the side. I bet I caught a little sadness in that gambler's eyes. And he turned back to the others, and they all just kind of shuffled on outside. But when my friend turned back toward me, I noticed his old half friend was turned up, wearing a big old Texas green.
your school? That's going to be our test today.
Tony Voss is the mayor of Seaside Heights. After nearly 2 months of being closed because of COVID-19, visitors can now walk and ride bikes on the boardwalk, provided they heed the rule of 6 feet between groups of people. On the beach, there's no swimming or sunbathing, but the public can walk, fish, and even surf. Mayor Voss says it's just the first phase of Seaside Heights is reopening.
I'm optimistic that this is a good first step. Obviously, I would love to see everything open. I would love to see us swimming and so forth. But we have to recognize that we have to take this in steps.
Seaside Heights is one of more than 3 dozen communities along the Jersey Shore grappling with how best to reopen. In neighboring Seaside Park, beaches are already open to sunbathers, provided beachgoers keep their distance.
These are unprecedented times.
We know things are hard right now. You're stuck inside with nothing to do.
You might be going out of your mind.
Just wanting to do something, anything.
But now, more than ever.
More than ever.
More than ever.
It's time to think about how your choices affect others. So please, don't start a podcast.
Just don't do it.
Don't do it. You might feel like productive use of your time right now.
You've probably already got a USB mic and a spare room ready to go.
Your mate Dave's got some interesting opinions.
We're here to tell you.
He doesn't.
He really doesn't. He's a fuckwit. We don't need your true crime exclusive, which is just you reading Wikipedia articles to your housemate.
You don't need your minute-by-minute breakdown of every episode of Parks and Rec.
What are you going to do? Send everyone in your contact list a membership newsletter?
And force them to mark you as spam instead of unsubscribing?
Because they're scared to hurt your feelings?
We're in the middle of a pandemic.
Look, it's pretty straightforward. Just don't start a podcast. Make some pasta from scratch, like everyone else, and just shut up.
The greatest gift you can give your fellow human beings right now,
Right now, is to shut the fuck up.
shut the fuck up.
Come on, do it. Don't start a podcast.
What's your reaction to the president saying that he is now taking hydroxychloroquine? Are you concerned?
Well, first let me say how happy I am about your new baby. How lovely. Wyatt, how perfectly named. We all know why that is, and congratulations. And as you now are father, you see how important it is to keep the world safe for the children. As far as the president is concerned, he's our president, and I would rather he not be taking something that has not been approved by the scientists, especially in his age group and his, shall we say, weight group, when it's morbidly obese, they say. So I think it's not a good idea.
Does this make medical sense? Yes. Listen, people have got to separate politics from the practice of medicine. Everything he said was absolutely accurate. It has been around for 40 years. It's been prescribed hundreds of millions of times for malaria. I personally have prescribed it hundreds of times for malaria, hundreds of times for rheumatic diseases. I've never seen one adverse side effect. I can't say that of Tylenol. I can't say that of aspirin. Now, every medication has risk. That's just the way it is. But in a otherwise healthy person with maybe a rheumatic condition or to prevent malaria, it's a very safe medication. Do not confuse it with chloroquine. That's different than hydroxychloroquine. Okay, so the different medicines. So the FDA put out a warning about both hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine. They said in this warning in April that it can cause a dangerous abnormality in heart rhythm or virus patients. They said about both of them. And that only in hospitals should it be used and in clinical trials. This is not being used in a hospital and not being used as a clinical trial. Correct. That's the FDA standard. Doctors are entitled to do anything they want with a medication. They take on a certain degree of liability. They do when they do that, different than when something is FDA approved. We use off-label medication all the time. Some of our more common prescribing is off-label, not FDA approved. Now, this is for not a hospital setting, not a COVID setting. It's being used for prophylaxis. Doctors take it themselves for prophylaxis. They prescribe it for patients for prophylaxis. But the FDA says that there's no evidence that that works. No, because that study's not been done yet. They're talking about the treatment of COVID. In the treatment of COVID.
Exactly. There's no study that shows that that works. The president is doing this to prevent, unless he's had coronavirus, and he's lying about it.
Doctors can prescribe it prophylactically. I know many doctors are doing it. I know many doctors that are taking it themselves because there's some evidence that it might be prophylactic and it is so safe. So they feel like rather than do nothing, they'd rather do the chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, not the chloroquine, which does have cardiac side effects. The studies on hydroxychloroquine and the cardiac effects have yet to be washed out.
Exploring the unintended consequences of a safety-first culture through the lens of quarantine was, to me, a really interesting rumination. Because we can be a safety-first country, but only for very, very, very short periods of time. And then we're reminded that the chief goal of living is not to merely stay alive, at least not for most people. And then this fascinating conversation starts to unfold. So that's a long way of saying that for the last 60 days or so, I've seen a lot of conversation right around a couple topics that I love, specifically homeostatic risk, compensatory risk, risk equilibrium, and all the subconscious things we do to maintain our own illusory relationship with the illusion of safety.
I mean, did you change your mind on herd immunity?
No.
What is your...
I don't know what you mean by that. Herd immunity is just a thing. Yeah, herd immunity or population immunity is what you know.
Well, for a period in March, the government appeared to be pursuing a strategy of mitigating the spread of the virus, allowing Cheltenham races, for example, to go ahead between March the 10th and March the 13th, allowing it to spread naturally, to allow the development of some herd immunity. Was that a mistake?
I don't know. I'm not quite sure whether that really was the strategy. I think that at the time it was difficult to imagine. We weren't sure by what levels of compliance with various social distance measures were possible.
Was that why you didn't model full lockdown until the middle of March?
I think it was very hard. I don't think anybody looked at it. It wasn't just myself. I don't think anybody. We all looked at a range of different measures, some of which were very stringent. But it was, it's difficult to say, but it was difficult to imagine just how, in some sense, it was difficult to imagine just how easy a lockdown was. You see what I mean?
To families who suffered losses inside nursing homes, and they're looking for accountability and they'd like to see justice. For example, I've recently interviewed a family, 3 siblings. They've had 2 nursing home losses within a few weeks of one another on 2 separate floors in the same facility here in Albany. They felt so much solace when you got up and talked about Matilda's Law. They said, great, we're protected. Like, our loved ones are going to be okay because of Matilda's Law. And then their loved ones passed away because you couldn't get the testing. So they're looking for accountability and they feel that they were failed. What's the comment to that?
Yeah, the comment is this, and I have those conversations all day long. People have lost people, right? We lost 139 people yesterday in hospitals. Who is accountable for those 139 deaths? Well, how do we get justice for those families who had 139 deaths? What is justice? Who can we prosecute for those deaths? Nobody. Nobody. Mother Nature, God, where did this virus come from? People are going to die by this virus. That is the truth. Older people, vulnerable people are going to die from this virus. That is going to happen, despite whatever you do. Because with all our progress as a society, we can't keep everyone alive. Despite everything you do. And older people are more vulnerable. And that is a fact. And that is not going to change. And look, to me, the really difficult conversations for me are, my son was 40 years old. He was not a senior citizen, did not have a comorbidity, and got this virus because he was an essential worker and doing the right thing and had an aneurysm. I thought young people were fine. And he was doing the right thing as an essential worker. You know, there's a randomness to this virus that is inexplicable.
Just everything we possibly can to make sure people have a good time, but it's safe.
Kelly Jones is a manager at the Bellagio Gentlemen's Club in South Austin. He says their employees, along with dancers and entertainers in the industry, have had it tough.
A lot of people don't know that our entertainers are actually independent contractors, much like hairdressers. So they had a lot of issues collecting unemployment, and they work on cash tips like a lot of other people in the service industry. So they're struggling as well. A lot of them have families and kids. They're trying to make sure that they have arrangements for childcare, for putting food on the table.
And now they'll be back to work Friday, but with a long list of safety protocols in effect. That includes how many people can get into this building, which normally holds close to 300 people.
We're going to have to cut that down to the governor's order of 20 people. We're going to be back to the old days with hand clickers, making sure what our capacity is. We're going to have barriers around our stages so that our customers have social distancing from the entertainers. As far as private dances go, they're going to have to maintain a 6-foot division between them.
But of course, they're also a bar and serve food.
We're going to have to go to plasticware instead of nice metal knives and forks, paper napkins, placemats, plastic cups. Bartenders and our staff are going to make sure that we follow hand washing policies.
Our employees definitely are wearing masks, including the entertainers.
So we're encouraging them to be creative, find something they like that maybe goes with their outfits.
And we'll also have employees specifically designated for constantly cleaning the place. And while it won't be a full house inside by any means, we're just glad to get business moving again.
Aside from the fact that most believe that this president has botched this crisis from the get-go, and this will be noted history worldwide as a human catastrophe that he could have prevented. And he's trying to deflect at all times, and Willie and Mike, he's tweeting again all sorts of crazy things. Once again, tweeting conspiracy theories about Joe, falsely accusing him of murder, talking about the death of a young staffer in his congressional office years ago, and calling him dangerous to walk the streets. And I'll just say, I'll take a point of personal privilege here. That's sick. Donald, you're a sick person. You're a sick person. To put this family through this, to put her husband through this, to do this just because you're mad at Joe because Joe got you again today, because he speaks the truth, and he speaks plainly about your lack of interest and empathy in others, and your lack of ability to handle this massive human catastrophe, the fact that you've made it worse, and that you make it worse every day, and that you won't even wear a mask to protect people from your germs. But the germs you're spreading on Twitter, first of all, Twitter, you shouldn't be allowing this, and you should be taking these tweets down, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You'll be hearing from me on this, because this is BS. But Donald, you're a sick person. You're really a cruel, sick, disgusting person. And you can keep tweeting about Joe, but you're just hurting other people. And of course, you're hurting yourself. Willie, why don't you take final thoughts? I'm done.
A professor at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland has been arrested over his alleged financial ties to China. This just days after the FBI sounded the alarm on China's attempts to steal coronavirus research. A professor at the University of Arkansas was arrested on similar charges last week. And then in January, Harvard's chemistry chief was charged with failing to disclose that he, too, was being paid by the Chinese Communist Party. 2 weeks ago, Senator Tom Cotton told us that the CCP was trying in many ways to steal medical data from the United States to try and come up with a vaccine for COVID-19 before the United States.
After several weeks of being stuck inside, thousands have flocked here to Bolivar Peninsula to make the most of their time while out.
Been in quarantine, and I need to get out and party. Woo!
Go Topless Jeep Weekend.
What's better than beach and a few drinks and Jeeps? Can't get any better than that.
In full swing at beaches on Bolivar Peninsula. This event comes at a time where beaches across the state are reopening following the coronavirus pandemic. And beachgoers like Chelsea Collier are still taking precautions to stay safe.
Wash some hands for 20 seconds and keep them clean with the Germex.
Alright, I can't fucking listen to this anymore.
Complaining stats. They are quick to hit the complain button.
Dude, I'd be complaining. I mean,
saving their ass from a bad coding.
Well, it was just kind of part of the game as well, because I think in 1 and 2, when you've got that isometric style, it's a little bit like Baldur's Gate, where you're like, all right, target that guy in the head, and roll the dice. Oh, my +2 accuracy because of my intelligence, and then blah, blah, blah. And then you apply all those factors, roll digital dice, and you determine if you hit the guy. And that's just still in the game now that we're in the first-person shooters, and it doesn't really fit.
Bethesda intended to have bets the whole time, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
Sure.
Yeah, it's a staple of the game.
Gotcha.
Did you get into Starfield at all or not?
No, I was very unimpressed by the reviews, obviously, when it came out. It got kind of bombed. And then I'm sure that it got better over time, but it still looks like shit. And it looks so much like shit to me that I think Bethesda's going to shit the bed with the next Elder Scrolls game. I think it's going to be, like, laughed at compared to GTA. I think it's not going to rise to that mantle of what I've been calling quadruple A titles, like Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring. It's not going to be one of those.
There's diminishing returns with it. So like the first 20 to 40 to 60 hours, there's a lot to marvel at because just the technical aspect of it is pretty remarkable. What they were able to do with the procedurally generated, there's like 1,000 different planets you can visit. The issue with the game though is that it's like very barren, and they don't do enough with the points of interest. Like so you land on a planet and it'll procedurally generate points of interest, but a lot of the times the side quests are just really uninteresting. So you'll run into a group of miners, and they'll tell you they've lost one of their friends back in a cave, 2 miles that way. So you just go, you just walk for 5 minutes, get the guy, and then walk back. So there's stuff like that where it's like, why is this in the game? But the gunplay is definitely the best that Bethesda's done. So I don't know, I feel like you can have a good time with it, but once I reached like 60, 80 hours, I was like, and usually with Bethesda games, you can do, 200, 300 hour runs for, Skyrim. Yeah, nobody gets bored in Skyrim after like 60 hours. Like, you won't run out of stuff. I bought Starfield and was excited about it because I had in my head that it was going to be a space Skyrim, basically. And then before I even started, my brother and another couple friends of mine also bought it, and they were putting in dozens of hours. And before I even started, they texted me and were like, don't even bother. This is nothing like Skyrim. The way they describe the quest is exactly what you said, where they're like, dude, I just need any side quest to not be a fetch quest. Like, make me feel as though I'm doing something meaningful in the cosmos, not like collecting a kind of flower to go bring to this person.
Did you play Outer Worlds? It came out a few years ago. It was made by Obsidian. Obsidian is who made Fallout New Vegas. It's the only Fallout title that Bethesda hasn't made themselves. And it's, in my opinion,
There's a new game coming out called Avowed, which looks really good. Very Skyrim-esque.
Okay.
It comes out in January.
I'd be into that.
Yeah, I'd try it.
New Vegas is what won me over. New Vegas' story and how dark it was. If you find stuff that I don't want to talk about in the first 6 months of the show, we'll get demonetized like immediately. But it's like, the worst stuff that you can imagine. People get cooked, children being taken, and all kinds of awful stuff. Dude, the fiends in New Vegas. I dug all that hardcore story elements in a game. I hadn't seen that before.
The Amazon show was way better than I thought it would be. Like, so much better. And it was done by Jonathan Nolan, who I think, like, has kind of a mixed track record. He helped to write Westworld, which had a really strong start, like the first season, and then it just kind of slowly went downhill.
Yeah, fucking nice, dude.
He's done a number of other sci-fi projects that I didn't find all that interesting, but yeah, I was really blown away. What did you guys watch it?
I'm a massive fan of it. I watched through it 2 or 3 times because I watched it like by myself once, and with my girlfriend once, and then maybe with a third person once. I enjoyed it so much. I like the girl, Elizabeth Purnell or something, whatever her name is. That big-eyed, like, dude, I love
What a sweet, well-mannered, like, innocent whore she was, right? Like, after that juxtaposition of her personality, just, right? I didn't think about it through that lens, but you're not far off. She was just moral, good, and down the bang.
Yeah. You want to make a coffee club? too is when, because there's the moment when they fall through a trap door, doing a little investigation, as you have probably done in Fallout 4, the 3, I'm sure you've done it at some point in one of the games, and you surprise you're in a vault, and she's like, you want to make a cop explode? And they sort of suggested that she was talking crazy like that because they were in the testing area, maybe they were being exposed to some sort of gas or something. No, she's just talking dirty. It's just like an out of character moment. It didn't make much sense.
It didn't really make sense because it was like she had all the proper words to explain like firearms and combat. Like she wasn't like where the stick like to like disattribute like just ejaculating as cock explode. It was like this is a little out of like I could tell they were trying to make it funny at the time, but it also a little out of character. You're right, Tom.
Or maybe she was trying to dumb it down for his. Like she's talking to a sexual caveman. So maybe she like maybe I'm misremembering, and there had been a moment earlier that led her to believe that was the best way to describe sex to him. That if she said, "Hey, how you intercourse?" He'd had no clue. But I
guess she would be poorly socialized living at home.
I'm down. I gotta beat some lines to Jack.
I think he's just
that's the way we're going with it.
No, we love the show. I was super impressed by how well they adapted Fallout because I was ready for another one of the. Taylor and I famously hate the very idea of a Lord of the Rings TV show that strays from canon 1 fucking millimeter. Like, we don't watch it. We haven't seen an episode. We don't care that it's good. You've told us it's good. Like, I won't watch it.
Season definitely better than first, for sure.
Sure. That's good to know.
It's a 3 out of 10.
Yeah. But that being said, man, blown away by Fallout. Looking forward to the next season. And it also, like, pumped a little rejuvenation into, like, the Fallout gaming scene and the YouTuber scene and the modding scene and all that stuff too. So that was cool to see.
That one dude ruled. Every time Walton Goggins, right? Walton Goggins. Yeah, every time he was on screen and would leave, I'd be like, why do you have to go? Go back to another Walton Goggins scene. This should be the Walton Goggins show. Nothing against you, Miss Cornell. You're fine. But every time he was on screen, I loved him. He's great.
If I was King Taylor,
he was really good in the Hateful Eight. Like literally, I've never seen a project that he's been a part of that he hasn't added to.
I agree. Really season 2 should be all Walton Goggins or Hot Chick Andy. That's how I would do it.
We're going to New Vegas in season 2, so I'm excited about that. I saw
Walton 26. That's the thing that frustrates me. I love streaming. I love the lack of commercials. I love watching whenever I feel like it. But it has taken away the importance of coming out on a schedule now that everything's just streaming. There is no what did they call it? Was it sweeps? I bet Taylor knows this. When the ratings were extra important.
Oh yeah.
But it's also the fact that those are really high productions. Those are like a lot.
$250 million
money that's being put into set design and graphics and costumes and makeup and so like it's
all that.
But yeah, but like lost because there's just not as many moving parts, so you can do that once a year.
Yeah. In an instance like that, it's like I think they ordered season 2 like immediately. So it's like, why are y'all taking a break? Why aren't we always working? Do y'all not work for money? Like, shouldn't there be a 3rd season? We should be talking about the 3rd season that's about to come out.
I mean, I work 5, sometimes as many as 6 hours in a week. I don't know why they can't keep up with us.
Look, if you pay me for an extra hour, I'll show up. That's all I'm saying. And, I'm sure if they told this Cornell lady, hey, be here Friday, another $50 million in it for you, she'd be there. They'd shoot yes. So, I just feel like
House of the Dragon was even more frustrating, I think, because the second season ended so poorly. I thought. Like I think
I'm tricking me back into that.
That's not on purpose. That's definitely so. Look, I'm not an expert, but just from what I see there, I don't think that's how they wanted that season to end. I think something happened, budgetary-wise or like runtime-wise. They just couldn't squeeze it in. Like surely they didn't mean to end season 2 on not even a cliffhanger. It was such bullshit. Yeah,
my wife was pissed about this season. She said that there was like the scene with the baby. I won't get into spoilers, but is way more graphic and brutal. And I mean, she says that the whole story that the House of the Dragon was being adapted from is just as, if not crazier, than like the Game of Thrones, like the running story there. And she was super disappointed with this season. So
yeah, I mean, part of it for me,
like 2 years. So yeah.
So initially, I was kind of part of the Taylor team, where it's like, you fucked me over last time. So I spent 8 years watching your horse shit, no more. But I jumped on board, and I've enjoyed it thus far. However, I will say,
You haven't been really old yet.
well, I haven't been hot to it yet, no. But it's coming. And even if it doesn't, I'm not that invested, though, in this as I was in Game of Thrones. And something about knowing that Game of Thrones is what comes after this. Every time that they mention to another character, the king, I can't recall his name, he's mentioning to his daughters, oh, the great winter's coming, and the snows will come fucking 500 feet tall. And it's like, dude, I've seen it. It wasn't that big of a deal. They sent a 14-year-old girl in with a magic knife. Yeah, that knife right there, the one you got. She takes care of it. No big deal. Let's just train her to be a 14-year-old girl. That's his fucking...
It's a kryptonite.
Kryptonite.
One, if you go back and rewatch Game of Thrones, because I did that this year for some reason, I was like, let's go back and watch it.
Let's be sad.
Retired from first to 8th season. There are massive House of the Dragon spoilers just casually dropped. Like Joffrey drops, and just a really massive spoiler in season 4.
Oh, of course.
So just be careful if you ever go back and watch it.
Well, everybody... all right, so I suppose this is a spoiler, but the whole point is that all of the dragons are about to get killed off so that there are no dragons in Game of Thrones. There are no dragons in Game of Thrones. Where do they all go?
There's 3.
They all die. They're all fucking dead.
It's less on the nose than that. It's like a major character dying.
Oh, sure, that's
in a really graphic way. So
Really? I wonder what you're talking about. I have this question for you, Bunch. I rewatched Game of Thrones, and on rewatching, I liked it a lot more than I did the first time, because, in my opinion, especially like the second half of the whole seasons, whatever, 5 through 8, I would wait all year for the next ones to come out. It felt like it was excruciating, and sometimes it was a year and a half, and then there'd only be 8 episodes or 6 episodes. And if those 6 episodes weren't all bangers, if they weren't all fucking Marvel Endgame, I was like, this sucks. Oh my god, nothing happened this week. I just watched a 50-minute show, and I could sum it up in 45 seconds because not a darn thing happened. But when you can watch like 3 in a night, and you're just binge watching Game of Thrones, the pacing is better. And when you don't need all 6 episodes to be great because there's another one queued up, I liked it more in second watching.
I mean, I still think people who have never watched it should probably watch it all the way through, just because even though
I don't recommend it.
Seasons in particular are pretty rough, but there are definitely redeeming qualities to those seasons. It's not all bad. There's just some problems with pacing, obviously, and the D&D they were getting ready to go off and do Star Wars, so they checked the fuck out.
And prophetic fulfillment, like all of those prophecies early on in the first 5 seasons that were supposed to be these calamitous end of days bringing things occurring, or like a righteous emergence of a figure like John as Azor Ahai, none of that mattering and just being a bunch of bunk is exactly why I've never rewatched. I was so into Game of Thrones. As soon I watched the first 2 episodes at a friend's house, season 1, when it was coming out, and immediately I bought all the books that were available, which is almost the same number as are available today. And read through all those and was so excited, and was like, I can't wait for the final book to come out. I can't wait to see how they wrap this up. There are so many tendrils out in the open that need to be tied. What's going to happen? And then when they just spit in our face with Arya killing the Night King and Jaime's entire character development arc being undone because of a 15-second conversation with Cersei near the end, it was so frustrating.
I defend that. That's one thing. I defend.
Let's hear the defense.
It's a through line. He got his redemption, but in the end, it kind of reminded me of Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. The major lesson of that movie is no matter how toxic it can get sometimes people are just drawn to each other. And I felt like that was kind of the take with him. Even though he had this really beautiful storyline with Brienne of Tarth and all that, which was really great. His arc was just one of my favorite arcs in the entire show. At the end of the series, he's still right by Cersei, and
Hancock did it
dying
first.
in the collapse of the empire that they were trying
Bad
to
Rising
destroy.
too.
But he had learned so much over those seasons with Brienne and all those other surrounding characters, and it seemed like he had changed legitimately multiple times. The scene with Brienne on the bridge comes to mind. There's so much that he did to demonstrate he wasn't faking it. He had become a different guy. He'd been humbled by the loss of his hand. He remapped where he fit in the world. And then for all of that to culminate with him basically going, nah, I'm the same as I was 7 years ago, and then die was like, I hated that so much. I hated I hated all of it. Someone asked me recently who'd never seen it if they should watch it in our Discord, and I was like, yeah, but stop at season 5. Like after season, when John, stop though. No, they won't because they're gonna be addicted.
But the issues I have aren't the same ones that you guys have. Like, I get it, the prophecies never really meant much, and like, I get it. But my issue was, Jon Snow went from a character that was a good, like, 6 or 7 out of 10 clever, right? He was never Littlefinger, but he wasn't a retard until the last couple seasons. At this point, he really was. His language just got, like, all his scenes were, whatever, it became these, like, one-liner things. That frustrated me a lot.
His brain didn't have oxygen for like 20 minutes. It was surprised he could talk.
It was the...
What if he came back retarded? That would have been such a good story.
Fuck.
Little person is Tyrion, right? Tyrion was supposed to be so clever, and that was all gone. Dany got stupid. That was frustrating, and she was never the master tactician, but she became a full-on.
Her arc was fine too. It was just they didn't flesh it out. Like they didn't have enough time. Like I do kind of like it culminating with her essentially being just the same as the Mad King. It's just they tried to, and there are signs when you go, especially when you go back and rewatch it. Her hair again, that when she tries to be like just and kind, she's punished for it, and when she's ruthless, she's rewarded for it. So they kind of like sprinkled these breadcrumbs to line up that switch, but it was just so jarring the way they did it, and even with all that development, it just wasn't enough because it seemed like in the span of really like 2 episodes, she went from someone who could be like a righteous ruler of the Seven Kingdoms or whatever, and then that it was just.
I agree with you there on Daenerys. Like, she was always kind of a shitty ruler. She was overly emotional. Like, even the way she and her followers framed the freeing of the Unsullied was a little ridiculous in the books and the show, where it was like, all right, you guys, I just killed your master, which means you totally belong to me, but like, I want to know you guys like actually want to fight for me. And then that guy's like, we are castrated slaves who have been psychically tortured for our entire lives. The thought of not obeying you is foreign to me. And she's like, well, then I guess blame free. Like, so then just take have you heard of Westeros? Yeah, have you heard of Westeros? Like,
and there was a lot of like forced kind of Marvel style humor, especially in the last two seasons, that really kind of got under my skin. Like the humor was pretty clever, I thought, for the first 4 or 5 seasons, and then it just got really kind of.
But the scene. Oh, I'm sorry.
Which one are you talking about?
Well, no, I'm talking about the scene where he does a drinking game. It's Tyrion and a guy from the Unsullied and his like love interest. Yeah, they all play a drinking game, and there's certainly a lot of really forced humor there.
The thing Taylor was talking about before the topic changes, that was a point where Dany was actually pretty clever. You know, there she was training, I think, dragons for the Unsullied army, and then the dragons had loyalty to her, and they burnt the guy that she sold them to, and then suddenly they're hers again. And it was this double cross that season 8 Dany was too dull for.
But it's like it wasn't to me an impressive double cross in the same way that like if I have a snarling
but it wasn't, she spoke their language and they didn't know it. She revealed there at the end that like, oh, you thought I was this stupid foreign girl. I speak your language and 4 more. Yeah. Like she's, I like that was.
I get that the idea like it was really the slavers I guess being retarded because like he was being a smug idiot and being like this is stupid girl think that she will get my Unsullied without bothering dragon, and then at the end it's just like, no, I'm gonna burn you with this dragon. Like, and the guy's shocked. That never occurred to them that could happen. That didn't occur. If I come to Kyle's house and I'm like, Kyle, I mean to trade you many slaves for your ravenous pitbull, and then I get there and your pitbull's snarling at me and doing like, and then you go, pitbull, attack, and I get mauled. That's on me. That's on me for showing up.
Like, there's no little fingers in that negotiation. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
But I mean, at least she was the 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. I said she was. She spoke a language. She kept that secret. She kept the cards close to her chest. And in the end, she got everything at the same time. Come later, she's just strategic.
That was a good episode. And she was like a moral, like a good slave owner.
Like,
I just felt like it. And it resolved really well too, because he was trying to do this like scheme to was done really, really
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I agree.
All the arcs that they did in the season, I thought that were like rushed and not that great. That one was actually pretty fucking good.
You know who's also pretty good? I don't know her name. Lady Mormont, maybe? She's the little...
Yeah, Little Mormont.
Yeah, yeah.
She plays
You know...
The Last of Us.
Oh, yeah. She didn't have a bad scene, I don't think.
She had that green little scowling face. She was fucking cute as shit. When the fucking troll what is the giant picks her up and she's all bloody and she's like, eh, like stabs her with the fucking eyes. Hard fucking
She had so much gravitas, and she was like 12.
little bit.
She was so good.
This is more of like a childlike critique in what I wanted to see in the battles.
How many men come from Battle Age? 43! Like they fought so hard in negotiations to get those 43 men. She's like, each man Bear Lakes, 100 from the south. Some shit like
Did you guys wish that more giants were involved?
No, I was happy. I felt like they did a great job. So like,
if the North would have attacked a century earlier, they would have bowled over the entire. It wouldn't have been a contest because part of the lore is like, I think it was relatively recently the giants started dying out in mass up there. Like it was kind of like one of those Tolkien-esque things where like their magic was dying, kind of like the elves or whatever. But like, yeah, the only reason they even had a chance is because they had like 3 of those guys. Imagine if they have like 300 of those dudes. It's over.
They did a good. They're overpowered. They're like a lightsaber or something in that universe. So it was good that they used 1-1 or whatever his name was to have that crazy episode where he goes on a tear and then he dies heroically. And it's like, all right, we're all out of giants. We're all out of budget. Yeah, we're thinking about a Star Wars moment at the end.
Oh, wait, didn't 1-1 come back as a zombie later?
As a zombie 1-1,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
I like that too.
Which was also a good scene. What I always wondered, I always predicted, and no one else did, was that Jamie.
And no one else did.
And no one else, because there was entire YouTube channels.
Tens of millions of people watch these shows.
No, really, you know what else?
This.
It didn't happen. I
want to hear what it was.
I thought Jamie Lannister would be training in secret with his left fucking hand, and there'd be that moment where somebody was like humiliating him or embarrassing him in front of a court, like, have Kingslayer! Oh yes, the great swordsman Kingslayer! Come! And then like make him like sword fight to embarrass him in some way, thinking that it's gonna be good to humiliate him. But in secret, he's just spent the last 8 years just training with his left hand.
Like I always thought that was gonna happen.
Did you guys know that the actress that plays Cersei and the actor who, I forgot the character's name.
Lena Headey.
What's her name?
Lena Headey, I think.
Yeah, no. So that's her real name, but the actor who played the guy who plays Jamie, who was like aligned with Tyrion. Do you remember that character?
I do.
Oh yeah.
Bronn, exactly. So they in real life actually used to date, and I guess they had a horrible breakup. So they said that they stipulated that they never wanted to do any scenes together. I think they only did like one in the entire series, and that was at the very end when there was that council, and they were figuring out like how to do an alliance against the undead.
That must have been fun for Bronn's actor because if I recall, he was a real cunt in that scene around the table where he's like, "You foolish lords think everything will go swimmingly." Getting drunk.
Yeah, Headey's a good actor. She was cool in 300. She was great in Dredd. She was Mama in Dredd, which is such a cult classic. That's one of my favorite shooter movies of all time. I wish that had taken off. I'm a big Carl Urban fan too, so I wanted Dredd to be big. But it was
written by Alex Garland, who's one of my favorite filmmakers now. He did
My bad, Ted. I'm sorry, bro.
What's that?
My bad. I said I was getting, giving him a phone call. I didn't think it was gonna be a fucking hour long and whatnot.
No, that's all right.
How
I'm
you
still
doing?
here.
Still driving?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm still watching it, so you're good.
Cool. It got up to 4 people at one point.
There
I don't
you
know who
go.
those 4 people were. Nobody commented, but
Fuck
interesting.
'em.
Yeah. It's so how'd it go?
He said everything's gonna crash, so he doesn't want to do anything. He's waiting for the world to end.
Well, that's not like a crash doesn't mean the
No,
world
no.
ends. No.
Well, yeah, I don't.
You know, like I mean, how many?
But then a week ago, he called me up if I wanted to make an investment to make $25,000 and shit. So it's just weird.
Well, things are uncertain. I mean, that's all pointers for a long time.
He thought I was gonna put like 40 hours into fixing the truck. I'm like, no, dude. I gotta spend 5 hours max, maybe, just taping it all up and putting his seat in and then fixing that one spot. I guess people, when they make investments, they gotta know about the investments they're making, and his is more land and shit like that, and more computer oriented, whereas not anything to do with vehicles. Like, he has a fucking 2004 Sequoia. Does that tell everything?
It's not a bad car. I mean, Toyota. You know, it's an old Toyota. The thing with that is the amount of effort. Like when you run it, like okay, you go get the vehicle, and then however 5 hours or whatever to put it together, and then you have to like bring it back to where you're at. Then you fix it, and then you got to sell it, and there's no guarantee you're gonna get the price you want. And then then when you sell it, you got to sell it, and in the process of that, you got to like register it. You got to then which will cost a little bit of money. Like there is like effort, and how much money you really like 10 grand maybe, $5,000 to $10,000 for anywhere from a week to a month. It's a lot, but I get hit what he's saying about how everything's going to crash. We've been seeing these indicators for months now that it's not looking good. So, and when the economy goes down, it's really convenient that crypto's blowing up the way it is. And what does that tell us? Okay, well, it's not going to be the end of the world because they have a plan that they're putting in place for afterwards. So there will be an afterwards, right?
But we got to get to the afterwards, right?
Well, that's not a problem. Like that's easy. War's not on the table for another 2-3 years, man.
I don't know. With that bird flu outbreak in California, it's a nothing burger, of course. But of course,
Yeah, but there was one of those that happened in Texas, and No Agenda covered this, and they tried to like get the fear going again, and it failed, and then they forgot about it. Like the bird flu thing has been brought up before. It's not the first time that this has happened.
Well, you got to remember the SARS report. Do you remember that?
Remind me.
I had the PDF, and it was from Johns Hopkins University, like an actual .gov site and whatnot. And then they scrubbed it off the internet when COVID came out. They scrubbed it completely. Believe I'd shown you it. It was a SARS report. It had not the Crimson Contagion emblem, but it had something along like a specific SARS, like a gene, looked like a bubble kind of deal. It had its own unique from Johns Hopkins, but a .gov site, and then it was scrubbed. But it revolved like a playbook on what was going to occur when this said issue was going to occur on the internet, and what they were going to do to the internet. And then when you looked into it, it had to do with a lot of the metaverse that came out during that, when they made that article, if you catch my drift. So it all linked together with the metaverse.
Yeah, and then nothing happened. Like the issue with all these plans that they drum up is it never goes according to their plans. Like it's always less effective. Some things do occur, happen and end up going through, but a lot of it really doesn't. Now, if you lay everything from the Agenda 20 whatevers, with all these papers, yeah, there'll be like connections and you'll see a path for the future, but it's never one-to-one the way these things, like the way they have, yeah. So there might be something on the floor when it comes to bird flu, but the issue is how many times have, like, remember monkeypox? Like when monkeypox started getting the news, like, oh shit, this might be something that really happens again. They might do it again, and then they didn't happen. They throw these ideas out there and see what sticks and how it fits into whatever else is going on. And if it doesn't stick or if it doesn't fit in, it ends up fading away into nothing. And the same thing happened with the bird flu issue down in Texas. I remember my sister was freaking the fuck out over that because she's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And I asked her, well, okay, what's the death rate? She's like, 50% death rate. And I'm like, over what age group and what demographic? And then she didn't have the answers for that. So we looked it up, and it's like, oh, 50% death rate in, the poor Southeast Asian countries that were only tested. It's like, okay, like, is that really applicable to the Western world? I don't think so, On top of that, nobody has ever actually died from bird flu. Like,
No.
so, that there was some issues with that even that 50% death rate number is like there hasn't even been, like, there's been like 2 or 3 cases of bird flu in like 10 years. Oh, I know what it is, why that study was fucky. It was a study done over 8 years and only involved 800 people in Southeast Asia.
Hey, do you believe that we derive from
Derived from what?
monkeys?
Not like entirely monkeys. I think it's a possibility that whatever it is that created us spliced their genetic code with some sort of primate in order to get to us. But I think it's possible that there's monkeys are
Part of our DNA.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a fact that we share a lot of DNA with monkeys, but that our origins come from monkeys specifically, because anything older than, like, prior to 12,000 years ago, we're all just guessing. We're never gonna know exactly how things played out.
Wonder what the attention span of a monkey is compared to us.
There's plenty of research on that. I mean, haven't we sent monkeys into fucking space? Like,
Yeah, supposedly. In the Stanley Kubrick film.
yeah, but space just means low Earth orbit. We didn't send
Getting a
monkeys
phone
to
call.
the
Hold on.
moon.
She said they call me Cimarron.
Ooh, nice Peterbilt. Down, 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 down. I was heading tall, won't live that long. I'm fucking bored, man.
Come on. Like, wait, you didn't like that movie? No. Wait, you didn't like Civil War? Civil War was shit.
This movie's from like a year ago, right?
Civil War was shit. It's from like February. I love like I'm on. You're like, come on, let's go for a ride. I like this. And I'm like, I love that. And this shit's good too, for sure. And then there's that thing. I'm like, fuck that thing. What? Yeah, fuck that thing. It had like.
At least that's what I thought it was going to be.
All right. So they got in trouble with their AI created thumbnails or screenshots or commercials or whatever they did. That's true. And then even worse than that, those sort of suggested. I didn't mind that those had been created with AI. I minded that nothing in the movie showed us those skates, those cities.
You thought it was going to be like a big action spectacle?
Or at least a little bit of backstory. Like fucking Waterworld gives you more backstory about how the Earth got wet than this movie does about how the Civil War began. Like, they don't want to. And then the idea, and this is sort of that thing that modern movies do now, like China, Russia. Oh, they're not the bad guys.
Is it like California-Texas alliance?
Yeah, a California-Texas alliance is so.
I liked it.
That's pussy-made writing, is what that is.
See it though, like
It's
if you actually had like an authoritarian, anti-constitutional president, like you could see an uneasy alliance there with Texas.
But that wouldn't be what it would be. No, it would be the South rising again. Then, we all know. Look, there's only one place that routinely attempts to succeed, and not succeed. They all try to succeed.
He wrote that script in 2020, and he wrote it as a love letter to journalism because he felt like journalism was getting shut down too much.
So I loved it, and I went into it expecting it to be, I don't know, a movie about current events, and I was so happy that it wasn't. I love the California-Texas alliance. I thought I was going to be rooting for one side and hating the other and thinking one was justified. I didn't know if this movie was going to be for me or against me, and it was neither. And I really liked it in the end. And that scene with the red glasses, that guy,
Jesse Plemons!
Last minute, bro. He was a replacement.
I No, he was. I think he's one of the other actors'
Kirsten
husbands
does.
or
Kirsten
brothers.
Kirsten's
Husband.
husband have a
Yeah,
kid.
she's like, oh, my husband could do it, and oh my god, he stole the film.
Who was he replacing? Do they know?
I'm not sure, but he only had 2 weeks. I mean, which he didn't have that many lines, but
I like that dude. When that guy like dead-eyed kills that kid in Breaking Bad, it was one of the most like wild parts of that whole show. Where like just casual and really like look at his eyes in that scene. Just it's not his fault. He has dead eyes. Like that's how he looks at things. But just killing a fucking 7-year-old collecting bugs and then being like, all right, what's the next step in the mission? And everyone's just aghast.
back for El Camino, and he had gained a bunch of weight for Fargo season 2, which was he was also really good in that.
He's doing everything. That's why I'm gaining weight. I'm hoping to get
The character, I'm sorry,
We're trying to get those Jesse Clemens roles.
he was now that he's down. He was super skinny in Breaking Bad, and then he came back in El Camino, and it's supposed to be the same time frame, and he weighs like literally twice.
It was a prequel.
Enormous belly.
Yeah, that took me out of it because obviously everybody aged. You can't prevent that too much. But the Fat Damon in particular, getting as big as he did,
It was just bad timing because he had to put on weight for another role.
I wish I knew that. I would have been more forgiving. I thought he just liked food a lot.
Well, to your point though about Civil War, Woody, like the director purposefully was kind of ambiguous about like what the politics were. There were some subtext that you could pick up on. I think that was kind of obvious, but he deliberately sort of subverted people's expectations or didn't go into specifics because he wanted to, like, the movie was a love letter to journalists, but it was also a movie about increasing hyperpolarization, and it was meant to be as a cautionary tale for like people that are splitting up and being in their own sort of like information systems.
And I think it was a good idea. Like, I think it's Michael Jordan who's like, I don't get into politics. Everybody buys shoes. Republicans and Democrats both buy shoes.
Well, he wasn't avoiding it for that reason, though. He was doing it to. He was saying like, if you can't imagine an alliance between California and Texas, then that's the problem that I'm trying to bring attention to. And so, if you didn't have a good reaction to it, that's fine. But
I can imagine a war between California and Texas. Do you think a part of the reason, and I haven't seen the movie, but it would make sense to me just from a like trying to market to more people from the film perspective, that like he wouldn't want to break it down in a way that was realistic, because then he would be forced to like pick a side that wins, pick a side that loses, pick a side that he thinks is good versus bad, and that would alienate a lot of potential viewers. And so he has to almost pick this like farcical, absurd, never going to happen split, so that then he has like a plausible deniability of like, well, I'm actually critiquing the different media ecosystems. Like, I didn't want to make it about regions.
I don't think so, because this was like an indie film that wasn't projected to make a lot of money, and it ended up being A24's most financially successful film. The previous one was Everything Everywhere All at Once, but he wasn't made to do this giant blockbuster. Like, he doesn't make those kind of movies, really.
Okay.
So that wasn't my complaint either. Like, that's the little thing where I'm like, well, I'm sure most do, but my complaint was not only do we not get any backstory, and we don't get enough of who's the guy who played the president, who I love, Mustache Man from Parks and Rec.
Nick Offerman.
I would have liked a little more Nick Offerman. I would like to see like maybe some of his point of view a little bit, or maybe just some TV clips of him or radio of him. That would have been interesting, because I did really enjoy the whole end sequence when they stormed the White House. Great filmmaking. That was really cool to watch. That was a great action scene. I liked intense moments. The scene with the mass burial and Clemens, Jesse Clemens. That's been memed so many times. I saw it today. There was a meme where it's Jesse Clemens standing there, and he's got the New Vegas NCR helmet on. He's like, well, what kind of fan are you? Because like for people that are fans of that genre, like some of them think most of those games were shit except for just that one. And I love that moment when he's standing there. I'm like, I gotta admit, I was so annoyed with the main characters of the movie that I was like, finally, Jesse Plemons gonna set these fuckers straight. What's up, libtards? Look at this glasses. Look at this glasses.
Did you watch Devs? Did you watch Devs? Devs.
Oh, Kyle, you're the movie guy. Get it together.
Devs is an FX series. It's a 10-episode FX series that Alex Garland did. It's about, I don't want to give too much away, but it's really, really fucking good. He's just fantastic at sci-fi. I would hire.
Is it about computer programmers?
Yes.
Devs?
Yeah.
In the future?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Developing AI or maybe.
I don't want to give away too much. I feel like it's better to go into it like.
You could give away more than the title.
So like, imagine if you could create an algorithm that could fucking predict the future, and then like the implications of that, and then like Minority Report. But there's and that gives away you find that out. I feel like I'm not spoiling too much, but there's like a there's a lot of implications.
It's excellent.
There's murder and there's espionage and
I love Tom Cruise. Like I always say this when he comes up, but like you just mentioned Minority Report. It's like, yeah, most actors would be so proud of Minority Report being that crazy huge movie they made. It's like his 12th biggest sci-fi blockbuster hit. That's actually good.
Just in the sci-fi genre, that's not even.
Yeah, that's what Tom Cruise makes.
Living was trash though. That movie was boring.
Yeah, Living was kind of trash. It would have been a cool like Black Mirror episode, or like 30-minute short, or like part of an anthology series of like sci-fi horrors. But instead, it's like, man, we've been for 2 hours, Morgan Freeman. What's going on?
Here's coming back for just in time for the second Trump administration too, so they got the timing down.
What is Tom Cruise's best movie?
Magnolia.
What's that about? Born on the 4th of July, maybe? I don't know. If you're going about, like, all right, I'll tell you my favorite Tom Cruise movie.
Okay. List your favorite Tom Cruise movies until you name one I've seen, and then we can talk about that one.
I really like Top Gun, the first one. I think the music, like when I watched it, I was a kid, and that music just like really spoke to me, and like he was just so fucking cool, and like I didn't realize it was a gay like movie. I didn't realize that it was a gay movie when I was a kid, but I was like, shit,
It spoke to something inside you you didn't understand.
I was getting some weird feelings on the inside. He was playing beach volleyball, and Iceman was like, you can be, what does he say?
You can be my
wingman anytime. And then Val Kilmer smiles because big ass white team. Would you say that?
Maverick was so goddamn good. It was so good in theaters. It was amazing.
Oh, you thought so?
Yeah. Okay. Loved it.
I liked it. Yeah. I liked it. I thought it was good. I thought sometimes called it member berries. It's a South Park reference where like they're kind of playing into your nostalgia. Like here's the part where Goose does Goose stuff.
Yeah. the same opening scroll with like the same font, the same music. So
when Goose sings at the bar, I'm like, that's
and
they need
a
that
football game instead of a volleyball game. Like they definitely hit movies that were like meant to be nostalgic.
I'm looking through his entire filmography now, and I haven't seen most of these, but Tropic Thunder, I forgot he was in that as the funny executive. That movie, I watched it within the last year. That movie holds up so well. It is hilarious. So
I remember not knowing that was him until after the fact.
Yeah, he's got those like weird forearms and like prosthetic hands on there. So I remember like seeing him hit a phone with those like weird prosthetic fat fingers and being like, what the hell is wrong with this actor's hands? Like, why do they look so stiff and weird? No, it's Tom Cruise.
Kind of, what's the time travel movie? It's something close to The Day After Tomorrow.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, The Day After Tomorrow.
Is that what it is? Okay. I like that one a lot. I can't think of one I like more.
The one no, fuck that one. No, it's the one. It's Edge of Tomorrow. Edge of Tomorrow with Emily Blunt.
Thank you.
Yeah. Emily Blunt. That we all love that one. I want a sequel to that. I think they're gonna make it. Emily Blunt's hot as fuck to me. I think she's John Krasinski's wife, maybe.
Yeah. And it's a yoga pose that you like.
It's the yoga pose when he's like looking for her and all the like bots are moving around. She like looks up with the yoga pose. I also think that when I see the modified chopper blade sword, that was cool as shit to me. That to me was like,
they changed the name of that movie after it came out on video. It came out in theaters as Edge of Tomorrow, and then when it came out on like Blu-ray or whatever, they changed it to Live, Die, Repeat.
Oh, that's a worse name.
I've never heard of a film changing their name after the fact.
So you guys all know about movies more than I do, and I'm looking at this filmography for Tom Cruise. So that movie, you guys all seen Eyes Wide Shut? Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I started it once and I fell asleep because it was very late. I'll get around to it. But I did hear that after that movie came out, apparently, like, rapidly, Kubrick died, Righteous stuff, they like made a different cut of it. What's the story there? Seems like something you guys are.
He died after production, before it was released. I know that, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I heard that they like removed a lot of things from the movie before they released it. Is
That
that
would
right?
surprise me. I don't know anything about that. It would surprise me if they would tinker with Kubrick's work. And it would be more likely that he would leave it in such a state that it could not be edited. That's what he's known for, burning negatives, so that there can be no alteration. Burning all the alternate cuts and all the outtakes and all that shit. I've seen it. I don't like it. It's just not for me. I didn't like the subject matter. The film's fine. I just don't like the subject matter. You know what I mean? Like it's a well-made movie. It's about something I don't care to see. I guess.
It's like a secret pervert sex society. Like
yeah, and then Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman have this weird thing in their relationship, and they were married at the time, so and that's why he cast them. I'm sure it's a big part of it.
They divorced shortly after that.
They did. Mike, you were asked. The Dark Horse Tom Cruise movie is Collateral. You ever see that, where Jamie Foxx is Jamie Foxx is a cab driver. Tom Cruise is a hitman in town for the night, and Jamie Foxx he's like driving me all night. I'll give you. He hands about $2,000. He's like, okay.
I love that movie, but I hate the way that it's shot. Like the digital, it just doesn't look good. But he is fantastic in that movie.
I linked like a short clip there. It's called if anybody listening wants to see it, it's a quick little thing. It's called Collateral Hip Drop. And it's just Tom Cruise giving a quick little gunfight in the movie. You can tell he trained for that, and I always appreciate that. When it looks like they know how to handle a weapon, or throw a punch, or like sink a choke, or whatever.
So he's a real stickler for details. Like Michael Mann films, he's known for the Mozambique drill. They did two one to the head.
Or in Heat, when the FBI uses the FBI uses that scene from Heat to show the fucking tactical reload with how Brent Kilmer does. Like there's lots of cool shit in Michael Mann movies. Heat is another one of those. It's 3 fucking hours long, but if you don't mind, it's 3 hours of good shit. It's De Niro.
I think he's developing a sequel for that.
I hope De Niro's not in it. De Niro needs to retire.
Yeah, dude, that picture of him where he's wearing like 8-inch platform shoes in The Irishman walking down the street, it's like a candid shot in between takes, is so funny. Like he's so fucking old. When he attacks that guy outside of the corner bodega or whatever, like he has John McCain arms. He's got John McCain arms. He can't be active or anything.
They should have put his face CGI'd on a different actor. Like de-age his face and then stick it on an actor who can act. Look at that.
And that's next to Al Pacino.
Old man, like he was really good at Killers of the Flower Moon. But I'm a bit of a what's his name, Stan? Why am I blanking on the director's name right now? Jesus Christ.
Scorsese?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I'm getting old, guys. I'm forgetting fucking names like that, like Martin fucking Scorsese.
That's okay. You got a lot on your mind.
Dude, that happens to great people too. Just saying.
Yeah, but I mean, if I come up with a film trivia thing before you do, anyone here, it is a sign something's up.
Yeah.
Because I don't know any of the movies or anything. I don't watch it. I got a new topic. You guys see?
Fucking dick.
I just saw it today, but maybe it happened.
God
yesterday.
damn it.
didn't know
I hate that
the
shit.
CEO got shot in New York.
What is it? Deny something.
Deny, depose,
defend. Does that sound right?
No.
Deny, defend, depose. I bet.
Somebody Google it while instead of you know what I mean?
wrote it on the bullet casings.
I just finally, like an hour ago, saw
Deny,
the
defend,
actual video.
You're right.
Like, it took me forever to find the actual video. I've got it here if anyone wants to see it.
Really? Video of the murder?
Yeah, it's everywhere. I saw it early today. It's not gory.
And all the news agencies go, and the rest is too graphic for us to show, Don. It's like, that's why I'm here. That's why I clicked through your ad, you jerk. So
It's all over Twitter.
Is it loading for you guys?
I don't know, it was playing on mine. In any case, there's something interesting going on. Where very much
fired all your staff. Sorry, Don.
very much like when that billionaire exploded in his nonsense submarine, and everybody lulled. Some things happening here because this guy seems to be a real scummy piece of shit, and nobody except for his family cares that this happened to him. They said that this was the guy responsible for that AI that was denying like 90% of claims, and they knew that it was like fraudulent, it was denying 90% of claims, and they knew that it was a problem because they shouldn't be denied, and they allowed it to continue anyway. Like that company's profits last quarter was in the multi-billions of dollars. I forget the number. Maybe they made $8 billion profit last quarter, like something like that. So this guy who shot him is 100%. I'm sure we all agree. Someone who was damaged by the CEO's choice of denying someone's claims. This is John Hughes' situation. He's had enough. Yes,
Have
absolutely.
we heard from Jodie Foster about it though? Like maybe she incentivized some of this, you know? She put out some.
What am I missing?
Isn't that the John Hinckley? Who was the person that John Hinckley was trying to impress with the weekend?
Oh, that was Jodie.
That was Jodie Foster.
There was also another guy who killed himself on a live stream trying to impress her. So there's something about her that brings a lot of people.
She's magnetic. And she's a lesbian, I think. So these guys
Let's not change the topic. Is it good or bad that the CEO was murdered?
It's bad. I'm gonna say it's bad.
It's bad.
I don't think
Well, hang on. Like add a qualifier. Is it good or bad for?
Will this make the world a better place or not?
It's not gonna have any impact on the healthcare industry. It's not gonna lead to any like reforms. And I'm deeply uncomfortable with people celebrating like that kind of barbarism. Like if the dude was corrupt or whatever, then
He's mutilated.
I believe in the process of this. Like, I don't do that. But I just think it doesn't portend well if we're descending into a society that celebrates that stuff. I'm gonna be the Debbie Downer on this one and say I don't like it.
No.
I did see not that this is directly related, but in Missouri and a few other states, United or some other healthcare program was set to enact like a new regulation.
Oh, in New York.
New York, Missouri, and maybe another state or two, where they would only cover anesthesia for a certain amount of time in surgery. And then after that point, they were just going to bill it directly to you. Say there's a complication, something goes wrong, or maybe the surgeon's just slow, he's tired. Like now you're on the hook for anesthesia, and in our system, that's inordinately expensive. They pulled that as if something huge happened in the last.
I don't think it had anything to do with this. The governor or the mayor. Is it mayor? Is Hochul the mayor or the governor?
He's not the mayor.
He's not the governor.
Mayor.
He's not the mayor. Yeah, mayor is Adams.
Okay, yeah. So the mayor Hochul, she was talking about how she was putting a bunch of pressure on them. I think it was just the timing. I think it was just like really incredibly funny timing.
You can't deny this is going to bring a lot of eyes onto that company, and so they're going to straighten out at the very least. And if they have any controversial policies, you would imagine that those would get straightened up as well. It's awful that that happened. That's not the way you want to see change. I was interested to see the gun.
It's like I was interested if Japan got assassinated.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because the Abe assassination was a homemade, weird, funky shotgun that someone had crafted.
It was like a Borderlands gun.
Like a Borderlands gun. I think it was electrical impulse fired, like electricity was igniting powder that was shooting sort of like a crude cannon shotgun type thing.
Did you hear about why he was assassinated?
It has to do with him, the guy who assassinated him. That guy's mother, I think, had given all of her his inheritance and her monies to that religion that Shinzo chills for.
Right. What religion was that?
Some sort of Catholic Japanese, Christian Japanese sort of thing. I don't know. It sounded to me like one of those televangelist scam type things with like a lot of money, like maybe millions, a lot of money. It's been years since that happened. But in any case, the homemade firearm, I think that was a homemade gun that the guy in New York was using. It looked really weird to me, and I noticed
he had
that
to manually reload it after each shot too. And people were accusing him of like this fucking amateur. He used the wrong suppressor. And then I saw other gun nuts being like, no, it's meant to do that. Do you have an opinion on that? Was he gun well or?
I mean, he knew what he was doing. But knowing what you're doing is like an hour's worth of practice. People always act like that's John Wick. We're talking about the New York guy.
The New York guy. Okay, yeah. The news reported it as he was competent. Apparently he had a malfunction in the gun and he just cleared it like he had practiced it. You disagree?
Other people were saying you had to manually put another round in the chamber.
Yeah, you had to move the slide forward. it wasn't. I guess it wasn't kicking back enough to, activate the action. Kyle, fill us in.
No. Keep guessing, everyone.
No, I didn't guess. I just told you what the dude said. I haven't seen it.
What Taylor said was what I heard.
Yeah,
It had to do with the suppressor, and it was like stopping the. Okay, you go ahead, Kyle.
I refuse now. I'm not invested.
No,
I'm
now
not.
I want to know. I seriously want to know now.
I'll text you later. I'm not going to answer it.
You're not going to answer how the gun worked?
It was my topic. The whole point was for me to explain.
Kyle, I want you to fill me in, a rube, a bum, a street urchin, on why this happened the way it did, from the mouth of an expert.
I've been trying for 10 minutes, Taylor. They won't let me.
Tell me a straight
I'm not going to fight the powers that be, Taylor.
I'll help you. If they start talking, I'll say, you be quiet and let this guy talk. I'm waiting to shut him down.
Get him, Taylor. Oh my god. It looked like a homemade gun, probably a homemade silencer. He's cycling it immediately, which isn't a malfunction. A malfunction is when the gun is, oh no, it didn't do a thing. Let me figure out what that is and then fix it. But he doesn't have to do the figure it out thing. He knows that every time he fires, he has to cycle the gun. And so it's essentially a pump action pistol at that point. Now that's a thing that can happen with a non-homemade gun. There are guns that have a little clicker that locks the slide in place so it doesn't actuate while firing suppressed. It's more quieter that way, but then of course you have to hand slide and operate the gun. Looked to me like a homemade gun, homemade silencer that he was operating like he knew what he was doing, I guess, but that doesn't mean John Wick. I hate that. When I saw CNN be like, oh, were we thinking some sort of assassin, some sort of professional hitman, perhaps flown in for nefarious purposes? And the guy's like, no, probably just a guy who can shoot a pistol. That's what it looks like to me, Jan.
Do we have any idea why he had a homemade gun? I didn't. Maybe a gun. My friends are from the area. They have tons of guns.
No, it might be hard to get a suppressor in New York, maybe?
It is.
Could be. Yeah.
According to what Anthony Cumia used to rant about on the O&A show back in the day, it was borderline impossible to get a suppressor in New York.
Wasn't there a court case recently where a federal judge or even maybe the Supreme Court ruled that silencers can't be regulated that much? Or am I making that up?
I'm not familiar with that.
So you get a silencer, you still got to do the tax stamp and the waiting period and everything to put through ATF. But
Fucking
I would
animals,
imagine if
man.
you're buying a pistol in New York, that's going to be a registered firearm, and you're going to have to go through a waiting process, and it's going to be tied to you. Whereas you could print a gun that would be very simple, and you could print a suppressor that'd be very simple, or even just make them, with parts without a 3D printer, and you've got a ghost gun. That's what they call it. I hate when they call it that, but essentially that's what you got. Can't you buy guns?
Guns are pretty flimsy, right? Like you only get like a few uses out of them, or has the material improved with 3D?
The material's improved with the 3D printing stuff, but especially with a pistol, he'd be fine. But I don't think that's you would go. I don't know that it's a 3D print gun. It just looked like the fact that he was cycling and basically had a pump action pistol.
Can a suppressor make the cycle action work worse?
He would work better. It would work better.
There'll be more pressure on the.
What can happen is if you're using subsonic rounds, or say 9mm, they don't have enough pop to cycle the gun, or maybe the gun isn't dialed in correctly to use that little amount of gas. Maybe you can adjust the spring or the gas opening or something else to make the smaller amount of gas cycle the weapon.
Tell me if this makes sense. Like I watched some gun guy today on Twitter who was saying that to him it looked like not an assassin, like a novice kind of guy, and his theory was that it was some like homemade or perhaps like low quality gun that was shooting 22, and so there's not nearly enough ass on it to blow it back, and he was doing that shit where, like, when you're new with handguns, you know how you often shoot low because you're, like, holding it lower than your line of sight, and then you're trying to line up lower than your line.
There was no way to aim. He had to point.
So I think, like, he hit the guy in the back of the leg or, like, the ass or something on the first shot. Like, he wasn't far enough away. Like, and this guy's whole point was, like, if this guy was a trained assassin, there's no incentive to not walk up with one round in the chamber and just back of the head, one shot, and then keep walking.
It looked like he got him in the back first.
Yeah, apparently he shot too low, either like lower back or like ass cheek or something.
Yep, he definitely did. I don't think it was 22 because they said he wrote on the casings, and you have to be a goddamn like tiny person to write on 22 casing.
That's a good argument. I didn't consider.
Even to write on a 9mm casing, like he must have been in his hotel room last night, his hostel room, going being so careful putting a 5 or 6 letter word. What were the words?
Right. What's one of the words was
Depose? That depose is squiggly.
So like
they're gonna find dismembered in his hotel room, like 30 failed attempts on the floor.
There's gonna be a bunch of things like written on bullets that he thought was cool. He's like, and on this day I gives up, like realizes he's not gonna get that. Apparently, deny, defend, depose are common terms in the insurance agency to denote deny the claim, defend the lawsuit, depose the patient.
It's a book about that subject.
Okay. I didn't know.
Title of the book. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I wonder if. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna do like a wrap around like kind of thing, but if you got more.
I was just gonna head back to where I started, which was like, is this a good for the world? Right? Did a bad person just get murdered? Right? If he is the monster that the internet says he is, and there's no better source than Reddit, then maybe it puts other bad people on notice? Question mark. Should there be, like, if you're a billionaire who makes his living killing people in a awkward way, in a roundabout way, maybe start providing better service? Question mark.
It's not like it's not a good first world it's not good when first world countries start having like people assassinated in broad daylight like that. That's usually indicative of more violence to come. But I also like when I heard the story and I read it, like there was a part of me that was like, all right, if this was like some run-of-the-mill fucking businessman or a plumber or an electrician, like in my head it would be more tragic. Like it's like, oh, that's just a guy working, doing his shit day to day, as opposed to like a multi-millionaire who genuinely makes his bones and has every incentive to shut down people who have cancer from getting money to pay for their cancer treatment.
They said how much money this guy makes. Outrageous. $100,000 a week or some shit. But the reward is $10,000. Right. For a company that made like $100 billion a year or something like that.
More than $80 billion.
CEO is one of the most easily replaced positions in large companies.
$10,000. That's what they throw up when a kid goes missing in the park, dude. $10,000.
Yeah. But also, so I was looking at it through the other lens, which is like, man, this guy seems to be getting better law enforcement than I would. If I was murdered, there'd be some part-time cop adding me to his caseload, and here it's like NYPD is circling around this thing, making sure that this is their top priority in the whole department. And to me, I'm like, dude, a pedo got killed. I don't even look for the killer. Now, he's not literally a pedo, that's not what I'm saying, but a pedo quality person has been removed from the planet. I don't mind.
I think it's fair to worry about the
strong words.
If this kind of violence is like just treated with like unbridled like enthusiasm, then you wonder if people are going to start relying on violence for more sort of like dubious reasons. So like they kill their boss because they don't like him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like what Taylor was saying, like in a first world country, you generally don't want people doing vigilante acts of murder to deal with these issues. It would be much better to
don't tell me what I want, Hutch. This is what I want, alright? Only I'm inside my mind, and I want this.
I totally see where, like, the reason that lots of people who have probably had their lives destroyed by medical debt are like, you know what? This doesn't make me sad. I don't have to be sad about this. And it's like, all right, like, I get it. Like, if those same people wouldn't be acting this way if this was a random murder of an accountant in Manhattan. Like, no one would be, like, excited about it. No one, like, people would be like, what the fuck? Like, you just killed some, like, dude who worked at H&R Block, or you killed some fucking plumber. Like,
Our nation's heroes.
Our nation's heroes are accountants. Everyone knows they're smart. Big things. Like, the most hung of occupations other than the Indian guys. They bring the average down.
I mean, I feel like the accountants will be the unsung heroes soon when the Doge boys go to cutting off the Pentagon. They said again, they're like $2 trillion to cut out of the budget, which is insanity mode. But what I like is they're getting this bipartisan sort of support because guys like Fetterman and guys like Sanders are like, hey, you cutting the budget, huh? Well, hell, I got a little list here.
They're targeting, I think it's funny that they're targeting, what's his name, Vivek and Elon are targeting the, like, administrative state, the staffing. Like, even if you fired literally every federal worker in the entire government, I think that would represent something like 2 to 5% of our entire federal bureaucracy budget. So, yeah, if they're going to cut $2 trillion, it's hard to imagine that doesn't come from the Pentagon, Medicare, and Medicaid. Those are our three biggest sources of spending in the federal budget.
The Pentagon, those are the guys who, like, every 9 years or so, the Pentagon is, like, up for financial review, and they're like, guys, I know we promised last time, and I am so super sorry about it. We lost $1.1 trillion. I'm sorry.
Each year, it's like $900 billion though. Has it gotten up to?
You know how many times the Pentagon has been audited?
We get way too much. They were audited, or weren't they slated to have an audit on September 12th, 2001?
I believe the Pentagon has only been audited 7 times ever, and they have never passed an audit.
No, because it's a corrupt organization.
So it'd be good to go in there and start cutting. I'd like to do some exploring. I hope they're sending guys with fucking flashlights and make sure offices are actually where they're supposed to be. I hope they're like checking how many pencils people have checked out. I hope they're seeing like every little scratch.
Here's my question.
Brilliant, crazy.
Elon's history says that he finds expense cuts kind of indiscriminately, right? He just, you know what? The fucking place is bloated. Half of you.
That's not true. So I heard this recently on a podcast. When he took over Twitter, he had a day where he worked some ungodly amount of hours continuously, they said. And he had every employee show up, and every one of them got 5 minutes. What are you working on right now? And
like, what have you done in the last week or something?
No, he'd ask every one of them, what are you working on right now? And what can we do to improve the company? And he started cutting people right then and there, like, you're fired. There's no way to hide from that, right? You go in there and you tell them, and I'm sure there's people, he's got assistants who can verify these people doing what they're saying they're doing or whatever. So I kind of like that.
Here's where I take. Let's pretend that you, Kyle, are an ineffective employee. And I say, Kyle, defend your position to me. I'm going to finish that 5 minutes fucking so flattered. Like you were going to keep your job because you're good at selling yourself. And then you could have some other guy who doesn't have that same talent, who might be more useful to the company, but he's like, I don't know, I'm working on like a couple of things, like just not able to sell himself.
You can't tell me what you're working on. I don't want you to. I don't care how good you are.
And Kyle's point of like this review process, my understanding of it was that Elon was asking for like specific deliverables over the past week, where he asked something like, what can we do to make Twitter better? And can you tell me something you've accomplished over the past week? Like, what's a project you undertook and like what has been completed? And it turns out in government, in a lot of these big tech companies, there are a ton of people skating by and doing that, like the shit Woody and I have talked about a million times, where it's like one dude is working his fucking fingers to the bone, and then 8 other guys are not giving a shit, just phoning it, just sitting on meetings on mute with the camera off while they're playing games. And so you could, like, anyone who's gone to a DMV or like any government office has looked around and been like, you can almost identify it in real time. You can be like, that lady's on the fucking ball, she's running everywhere. That guy's on the ball, he's running everywhere, he's helping 3 different windows, and then there's a group of 7 people back there that have not moved away from the water cooler the entire 30 minutes I've been waiting here. What are those 7 people doing?
Well, yeah, and if you can figure out who's who in 5 minutes, then that's impressive. I imagine I'd have like be right 2/3 of the time.
Well, to the extent that you can eliminate redundancies or get rid of unnecessary bloat, I don't disagree with that in principle. But again, that represents such a tiny sliver of our budget. I'm looking at a budget right now. It's 6.75 trillion. 1.46 for Social Security. 912 billion for health. So, and then 882 billion is for net interest we're paying on our debt. 870. Don't worry about that. Medicare. 874 billion for national defense.
Well, there's lots of things. That's a huge blanket national defense. Look, I think there's like a $5 or $8 million subsidy / loan for Rivian this year. And I love that Elon Musk has decided if they did it or not. Like, I don't think Rivian needs that loan. And do they? Aren't they, like, doing just fine? Don't they have that badass pickup truck? Do they need $8 million worth of federal government subsidy? Like, wait, I'm not going to buy a Rivian.
You don't think it's a massive conflict of interest to have someone who is the beneficiary of government subsidies actually wielding a very real influence on who owns
No more than I think
competitors?
No more than I think the people deciding who we go to war with have massive holdings in Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and shit. Like,
okay, but no whataboutism. I agree.
Like, do you see that as a potential conflict of interest?
I see it as an immediate.
Yeah, I did see that.
That's why I brought it up. Yeah.
Sorry.
Kyle loves it. Kyle sees the conflict of interest and loves it because even it's fun.
Fuck Rivian. Rivian. Fuck your stupid truck. Oh, it's got a grill in it? Does it? Well, you'll be alone this year, do you? Oh, like hotcakes. Oh, the hotcakes that you make inside your fucking Rivian truck, loser.
And guess what? The front of your trucks is ugly.
It's ugly as shit.
It looks bad. It's too slim. It's not bulky enough. Not the interior of the Rivian. The lights are weird.
No thanks, Rivian.
I've been in a Rivian. I loved it.
Yeah, Rivian, the only one of us with any experience. He's like, oh, it's pretty nice. I watched a long ass video of Super Press.
It's crazy. It's like an 8,000-pound truck that accelerates like a Corvette, and somehow you can feel the mass of it, and it is pretty neat. It's pretty neat. It's expensive though.
I like the way the Rivian trucks look, only a tiny bit more than I like how the Cybertrucks look.
Really?
I dislike the look of the Cybertruck so much. It's so jarring and ugly every time I see it on the road. It's like a fun novelty, but it's aesthetically displeasing. It's ugly. It's angular. It's like if you used like brutalist architecture to create a car.
My whole life, I've been programmed that cars have two headlights and like a vented grill in the middle. And that's like the only thing in common across every car everywhere. And now that they need aerodynamics and not cooling in the front, it changes the look of it. And I think to myself, well, if we're solving a different problem, it can look different. It's okay.
There's kind of a big issue with that design, and somebody was, I feel like there's a lot of like bullshit videos on Twitter, people complaining about Elon's products, but for the Cybertruck, they kind of bury the light like in the grill, and if you're driving in the snow and the snow accumulates, it actually blocks the light, which seems like a really big flaw.
It needs a defroster on it. There's going to be so many little things like that they didn't think about. It needs a defrosting bar on the lights to melt the snow out of it.
I mean, they had that pedal issue, right? Did they get that rectified?
Well, all right. So when you say rectified, what they did was you took it in and they shut. You know what a pop rivet gun is?
For this story, I do.
Fixed. They just nailed it, bolted on there. They nailed the offending piece to the floor. Is what they did.
I don't like that. I don't want a high-tech car with nails in it.
Well, it doesn't have nails. There's pop rivets, but you don't know what those fucking are.
I don't want to
Some soft-handed city boy.
I think that
Grandpa knows what a pop rivet gun is. He does. He's got a pneumatic.
No, I don't think that number much. I say I'm like, you know what? They say 2 trillion. They don't really mean 2 trillion. They're just saying that for effect. What they really mean is 2 billion. And
it'll be more than that. No, he's coming for 2
Yeah. I know, but I don't know how much there is to cut.
I agree with the core of what you're saying. Like, he's doing, like, this is literally, and we've talked about this, so I don't want to stay on it, but, like, this is how negotiations work. You set the anchor point high or low, depending on what you're doing, and then you move from there. Well, he says he's going to cut 2 trillion. Yeah, you think Elon Musk doesn't have to negotiate?
I think this is all Elon is not very good at business. I don't think he's great at it. No, I think
he knows a little about
what I think Elon Musk is good at is marketing and streamlining.
successes they've had comparatively.
Bigger budget organization? What do you mean?
That what? Like than SpaceX, for example. So like the thing that was holding back NASA from doing these like returning rockets and whatnot wasn't brain power. It wasn't sheer brain power because they have that at NASA. It's organization. It's getting people in the right thing, in the right organizational structure to actually work on the right things.
It was ingenuity what SpaceX did. The whole idea of the reusable thing. They shit on him at NASA. There's a video of them like making fun of him the same way there are videos of them making fun of Trump. And they showed him a clip of, I think, Buzz Aldrin or somebody being like, saying that SpaceX was a waste of time and that it led money away from where it should be in NASA. Elon cried. They showed him that interview during his interview, and he teared up. It was like, dude, don't do that. Don't show him Buzz Aldrin shitting on him. That's awful. He was so like hurt by that.
One of my favorite things about Elon Musk is like furthering the space shit. Like there needs to be more exploration of space. That's cool. It's fun. Like I used to like be strongly on the team of like let's explore all the oceans because that's cooler to me intrinsic. Like I'd rather know what's happening in the deep than like what's happening way out in space that's closer to us. But we're not going to get the ocean exploration thing unless he becomes autistic for the sea, which I don't anticipate. And so I'm just going to enjoy the new frontier of space.
Well, our problem with SpaceX is he's not exploring, right? It's NASA who does the exploration. Elon Musk's flights are so low, they're basically airplanes. And NASA is going to Jupiter and Mars and Pluto beyond the solar system. NASA is doing real science. Elon Musk is delivering payloads to low Earth orbit.
And he's like promising when it comes to like Mars colonization, for example, that would be a multi-trillion-dollar. So you got to find funding for that. And this is what Neil deGrasse Tyson said the other day. Got him into some hot water, but he's right. Like you need to find like $5 trillion, and who's going to invest in that? What is the return on that investment? Nothing. So like I don't know if we're going to see this great colonization of Mars anytime soon.
So I watched that clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson as well, and it's like I was shocked to see someone who's supposed to be like a scientist so disinterested in like trying to further a lot of this stuff and turning it into numbers of like immediate ROI. So what are you talking about? What was the immediate ROI on making Pluto not a planet? Why'd you spend so much time on that? What was the immediate ROI on that, Neil?
It's just practical considerations, though. Like how do you put it on? Like who is going to fund this great colonization project on Mars?
Elon's probably going to that. No, he can't fund that. And so, like, I'm not that invested in the colonization of Mars immediately. It doesn't seem like that's even feasible or possible. Mars seems like a total shithole. But it's cool to see someone trying to get us further up there. And, I mean, in the furtherance of getting more stuff into space for more exploration, it seems as though these reusable rockets are incredibly useful.
It's like it's fucking cool.
Like I said, it's like 20 times cheaper for something like that. It's way, maybe 60 times it was the number. It was crazy how much cheaper. And just to be clear, they're working together. Like the plan, I know we joke about the moon mission and how it gets put off 5 years every year. But the plan is that Blue Origin is going to build part of the lander, and that Musk, SpaceX, is going to build part of the lander, and NASA is going to fly. Like it's a group effort for whatever moon or Mars or manned exploration big projects are going to be done.
But SpaceX also contracts with like other countries as well, right? It's not just NASA. Like I feel like they do contracted work for China as well.
Yeah, anything if you want a satellite up there, the cheapest way to get it done is Musk.
Are there any other countries like kicking our ass in the space race right now? I wouldn't think there's anyone even in the vicinity of us.
China's constantly launching more stuff. I think Japan is the one that had that called Hayabusa or something. They're the ones who sent the probe out to the asteroid, and then they landed on the asteroid, grabbed the sample, took off from the asteroid, shot the sample back to Earth, and now it's currently flying to a different asteroid to do the same shit. And we got all these little when it landed, it took pictures. So like it landed for a split second. It lands, and it grabs a bunch of fills its pockets. It takes a bunch of pictures, and then it jumps back off and like headed to a new thing. And they got those samples back and tested on those. It's interesting. Like,
this is respect.
This is totally not for my yard.
We're not getting tricked the way we tricked Denmark. Get owned, Denmark.
Do you remember that? I do remember that. No, I know somebody who tested one sample.
Maybe it was the Netherlands or some country like that where we went over there and we're like, Netherlands, we love you guys so much. Here's a piece of the moon. And they're like, oh, that is so cool of you. Thank you so much. And then, like, years later, someone in the Netherlands researched it and was like, we have been hoodwinked. This is petrified wood. Yeah, we literally tricked the country with petrified wood. Get a load of this fucking.
No, well, all right, so nobody knows what really happened. Like, maybe we gave him a real moon rock and some fucking Uber in over there snuck in, did the switcheroo on Ben. You know, I like to believe that we're on the up and up. And
No, they wouldn't allow that to be stolen. It's like the Netherlands; they don't get a lot. Like
So you think it's more likely that we're liars or that they're bad at keeping up with it?
I think we played a little fun joke on another country, and that's fine.
We are right with fucking moon rocks. We got them like coming out of our shirt sleeves and stuff. Biden shot one in his fucking office, a big one.
Really?
Yeah. I saw a video. He's like, thanks for the look.
Back in my day, we did a lot of black people on the map. We were assembling it. It wasn't wrong.
We kind of did.
And then he whispers to you.
Like I do. I said, what do you want to remove? Why don't you want to touch my legs? Rub the hair.
They get blonde in the summer without the sun.
Oh, they get so blonde in the summer. The black kids walk out, they get marble on my legs. And I said, get out of here, you're not allowed.
More a month of Biden content, so.
Oh, no. So he's going to get his own. You think he's retiring? No, he's going to do Monday Night Football.
Dude, he's going to become like a John Madden character.
I wonder how much longer he's going to live.
Oh, once you get above 80, it's a crapshoot. Like, probably not long.
I keep predicting both of them are going to die, and I keep being wrong.
Has Jimmy Carter even died yet?
No,
That's another one I'm running about.
They haven't told him yet. They haven't told him about the
This
election.
guy has been on hospice for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Hospice is usually when they bring you in to like, okay, the end is nigh.
Yeah.
And that one picture of him came out recently too. It was like,
Dude, that was fucked up with him. His family.
Fallout.
That was fucked up with his family taking that picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rude. And also, like, I don't know if you heard this, Hutch. Seems like you have. He apparently, for over a year now, like a year and a half, is totally incapable of any form of communication. Like, even like blinking and moving. Like, he's been nonverbal for years. He like isn't giving like indicators back that he's understanding. Like, he's like totally non-responsive at this point, which is like one of the scarier ways to imagine dying almost. Like, you're 100, sure, that's pretty cool. But like,
I'm glad you brought that up. So there's a guy that came out of a coma. He did his movie cases. The guy's been in a coma for like 10 years or some shit. He says he remembered the whole time he could hear everybody talking in the room. He said his mom who's dead now, when he finally came out of the coma, his mom is dead. But he remembers his mom being by his bed and saying, I wish you would die.
oh. I'm looking at an article right now that said that his family said that he could still communicate as recently as October.
Does it get darker than that, David?
He couldn't talk on the phone, is what they were saying.
oh, I thought I saw something from his family that they said he was.
I Googled it too. It said he was nonverbal, so maybe he has good days and bad days. I don't know. Mine's from 11 months ago.
Oh yeah, he slays a picture
Or anything, or is he just old as fuck?
Say that again?
Does he have cancer or anything, or is he just old as fuck?
I think he's just old as fuck.
Yeah.
At that age, like, you probably have all sorts of cancers just cropping up. Like, you're 100.
Enlarged prostate.
Yeah, enlarged prostate. He's not coming enough. No one's his caretaker isn't beating him up.
I heard that 1 out of 3 men die of cancer. Is that true?
Hope so. Seems like a nice way to go, right?
That seems like a terrible way to go. Although, in the world of ways to go,
Okay, so
would you rather? I mean, if you cancer or war, you have to pick.
it says 1 in 2 men will develop
You don't
cancer in their
specify
lifetime.
anything else.
1 in 9 men will die from cancer.
Half the people on the show have had cancer already.
That's right. Whooped his ass.
that's true. And, yeah, they had very serious cancer.
Kyle and I both had cancer.
I had eye cancer.
What is it called?
Basal cell.
Basal cell carcinoma.
Did you
Also known as
did you do a cancer screening?
no, I had a little mole.
He had to
on
put his
my-
tit in the machine.
the whole dick.
It's getting pushed flat.
God, that was so. they were like, oh, don't worry, I see a lot of skin cancer, and this is not skin cancer. I was like, sweet. And then like 3 weeks later, I'm with my dad at my house where we're like watching movies and stuff, and that doctor's office calls me, and they're like, hey, doctor, like, cancer. He'd like you to come in. He wants to talk. And I'm like, you tell him to get on the phone right now. I'm like, you tell him to get on the phone.
Mr. Myers, sit down for this. You're gay.
No! Yeah, look at that. Yeah, it was rough. And so I
You look like the leader of the Proud Boys guy. Dude, he looked sick. Sick. I liked his eye patch look.
I've still got the eye patch. But yeah, I got the doctor on the phone. I said, yeah, it's fucking cancer. It's not the bad kind though, but we should get after it real quick because it grows quickly and it can metastasize. So I had to have a second incredibly painful eyelid surgery. This one was much more invasive. The first one, they just sort of shaved off the offending mole and left a huge wound. The second time, they had to cut a pizza slice out of my eyelid, and they had to cut like over here, like straight toward my ear, so they had a slack to put my eyelid back together. Because when they take the pizza slice out of the eyelid, now the eyelid's not big enough to go back together. So that was excruciating. That really hurt.
These like little tendrils on the inside, right? Like it goes much further than the surface.
Yeah, I think the inner workings of the mole are a mystery to mankind. One that I don't intend to delve into anytime soon. But I know they want to work on me.
Didn't you remove a mole or a skin tag or something like that with nail clippers once?
I did. I was in New York City, and for whatever reason, that's when I noticed it. I was in New York in my hotel room, and I noticed it on my rib cage on my right side. I had skin tabs, and I had never had anything like that before in my life. I had to Google what it was, and it's just like
right now. What the fuck is that?
It's like a weird mole. It's like a flat mole. Yeah, it's like hanging off, and I was so disgusted by it being on my body that I got some nail clippers and I cut/tore it off my body.
How much did that hurt?
Pain's weird. I think the worst part was knowing I was about to do it to myself and like getting myself getting hyped up. Yeah, But there's something.
Is that before the tea?
Oh yeah, this is years ago. Yeah, this is years and years ago.
I bet the Kyle of today, having injected himself for a long time, would be more prepared to remove his
Just rip it right off.
Yeah, maybe I just go to the doctor. It was the whole thing was I was in New York and I was going to be there for a week, and then I had another trip after that. I couldn't get to a dermatologist anytime soon, and I was genuinely disgusted by this thing on my body, so I took it off.
I want to tell my cancer story. So mine was on my nose, right where your glasses sit, like where the pad your glasses would sit, and it looked like a very small wound, like maybe a pumped pimple or something, and I think I got it after sleeping in my glasses, so it was like kind of pressed against it, and then it just wouldn't heal. It wouldn't heal for months. I had the most insignificant little wound that made it so I couldn't wear glasses and couldn't see as well as I wanted to, and it'd get like a little better, like wear glasses again, it would unheal. It just wasn't healing, and I went to the dermatologist for it, and immediately she's like, "Oh, yeah, this is cancer. This is gonna be cancer. I'm gonna send it in, but let's look at the removal of this because this is what I do when I can see that you have cancer." And there's a special kind of plastic surgeon who specializes in like nose cancer removal, and it was great. So they push you on there or whatever, like a little under. They remove some, literally next door, like 6 feet away from me. They tested to see if they got clean margins. They didn't. They took a little bit more, got clean margins, sewed me up with, and there's a plastic surgeon putting my nose back together. I was nervous because the swelling and such was grotesque. I think I missed one show, so you guys didn't see like the worst of it. Like I had it done on a Monday or something, so I could have the maximum healing. And I was bruised, and I didn't recognize myself. A swollen forehead, nose area changes your look too. I was somebody different than me. But you can't really see
in my nose. Maybe the crinkles aren't exactly the same as they were pre-surgery, but it's fine.
I raised a bunch of money for my cancer. How much did you get?
Oh, that's how I bought my Tesla.
That's the frost! Have you guys done that? No, this happened like a while ago, but I literally had your story of ripping off a skin tag in my head while I did this. Something popped up in the neck shoulder region, just that was clearly didn't belong there, to the point that I looked over and I was like, what the fuck is this thing popping up? And I was like, oh, this is probably a skin tag like Kyle talked about. Maybe I should get nail clippers. Looked around, couldn't find my nail clippers, and so I was like, I bet if I just use my hands, I can just rip this off of my body. And so what I did is I went into the mirror and I was like, and ripped it as hard as I could. And what it did is the amount of blood all over me was insane. It was dripping down the front and the back side of me. And I'm like, all right, well, this is alarming. This is more blood than I expected. But I ripped it off, and then I saw that thing you were talking about, Hutch, where I guess there's a stalk that goes back in. So I tore off, I degloved whatever it was, and threw and it wasn't no. What I did next, yeah, it's so fucking gross. What I did next is I spent 20 minutes in my bathroom being like, you're in too deep, get in there. And so I just kept ripping. I rip and tear until there was a clean, smooth feeling on my neck and shoulder area, or I guess more shoulder and neck. And I just ripped and tear, and then I was like, all right, this looks really bad. I went and took a shower. It stung a lot because I was like, okay, maybe I took off a whole bunch of skin. Within 4 days, there was no indication it had ever occurred. A day later, it was oh, there's a tiny little bump there. Maybe I didn't rip it all off enough. And then 2 days later, it's oh, whatever bump there was, that's gone now. Problem solved, as I say.
This is like a scene from a David Cronenberg body.
Oh, I was gonna say it basically was. I was covered in blood in my own bathroom at midnight. I was high, and for no reason, I was in my bathroom changing after a shower. Should have done this before a shower, and it was just you know what, that thing right there. If I can notice it right now, other people can. If I'm
Are you
shirtless,
still
this
on
is
your
getting done
marijuana
now.
journey? Because I feel like when I spoke to you last, you had just started smoking. You didn't smoke when you were younger.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I started smoking in college, and I've smoked I'm 33, so I've smoked a good bit since then. I'm a regular nighttime smoker. I don't wake and bake or smoke during the day, but so today, I'm not gonna smoke during the show because it makes me not as talkative, and that's not good for the product.
You get introspective and introverted when you smoke.
Definitely more so than when I'm not smoking. But I also am not Kyle sometimes likes to get high in the way where he likes to get scared high, get really high. I'm not like that. I like just a 1 gram cart from a local dispensary lasts me weeks. Because I'm just taking a few hits every night, and I'm all right, that's getting me to a nice relaxed level. And I can tell when I've done too much because I'll start thinking about remember when you called your second grade teacher mom? Yep. And I'll be like, oh.
What does a good high feel like? Can you put into words?
Very relaxed, a little hungry, but mostly just carefree. If there's a 0 to 10 level of high, I think I like to hang out around 4. That's where I enjoy it.
The best highs were fucking in high school when you had no responsibility, you didn't know shit about the world. I remember it just being so euphoric, and I felt vision slowed down to 50 frames a second, and my body tingled, and food tasted great. And then as soon as I became an adult, I was like, oh, the world is horrifying, and I'm really fucked up as a person. It really just was kind of the same after that.
Really?
So what would you describe being high, Hutch? You said you get this. Do it for you. You get what when you're high?
Well, towards the, I stopped drinking and doing any drugs for the last 2 years, so that's been different for me.
Congrats, well done.
In my adult life, I would have phases where it was kind of nice, but I would need alcohol to level me off because I would get this existential angst, thinking about nature of existence, and I would get really deep with it. I would have like bad memories pop up. It just made me miserable.
What was your method of getting high on?
Same kind of cards. Like by the end, I did like flowers, but the cards are just so convenient.
Yeah.
You just buy them for like 30 bucks.
Yeah, like a disposable cartridge.
Are you still doing the ketamine stuff, or are you done with that?
I'm done. I would say the last time I did it was a year ago, something like that.
Did it give you a kind of relief that lasted beyond the treatments?
You know, they say it does, but I guess what it gave me was introspection, and almost like maybe therapy would. And then that introspection has relief afterwards. But I don't think it's a chemical change as much as it is like the change you get from taking a minute to figure out why you're feeling the way you are. And I like therapy work. And that was the kind of change that I got from it.
Sometimes it's also just like with hallucinogens. Sometimes it's also just having the experience of what some people call ego death. So
yes.
You take a hallucinogen and you're having an experience, but it doesn't feel like you. And sometimes just having that experience of like putting the concept of you to the side, and now you're this other thing. That alone, I feel like, can give you perspective. Because for me, LSD for sure mellowed me out. Like definitely mellowed me out. Like because once you
long term,
LSD is really intense. It's like 14 hours for me, and yeah, it's like, bro,
it's too long of a drug.
Did you do tabs? I have these little rituals. Like I would always watch like Man of Steel for some reason. I would watch that. Like a lot of Marvel movies, and I'm just sitting on my couch just fucking. But afterwards,
Kevin Costner's like,
no.
You're like, cool, help him this time.
As we would come home and I'd be watching Man of Steel, and she'd be like, "You're on fucking LSD, aren't you?"
Yeah.
There was benefits to it. I mean, it's all you definitely have to be careful. Definitely have to be careful with LSD. Like maybe hide your phone. Like maybe make sure someone's there to make sure.
Really?
It's like yeah. People fucking take LSD and then like jump out of hotel room windows.
Those are really
powerful.
I forget where I got the ketamine. It was somebody online like did it as a therapy, and they would have music that you listen to. It's called binaural music. It's nothing I've ever listened to.
Binaural beats. That's right. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, that was new to me. And like the way you take the ketamine is you have these dissolvable tablets. You put them in your mouth and you hold it there for 7 minutes, which is a bit of an endurance test for me.
They give you an eye mask too, right?
They gave us an eye mask, and then I would use a weighted blanket. I had a scented candle, a dark room, things like eye mask, of course. And
your wife didn't babysit you, right?
Well, she did. I didn't need her, but she did. She was there in case. And the company like made sure, like, all right, FaceTime. I want to see the person who's babysitting you to make sure you're actually doing it. FaceTime. I want to watch you take your own blood pressure before we do this to make sure it's all clear. And then they also like,
which is good. It's good that they have those procedures. I think.
Right. And they prescribed it, of course. They helped me figure out my dose. They were like, you're gonna journal after this, so get that set up, figure out how you're gonna do it, etc. Because it's kind of like a dream where when you first wake up, you think that this is a core memory that gets really burned in, and then shockingly it can be gone 3 hours later. Your dreams just vanish. So you journal it and make sure that whatever revelations you had during the trip, get the stick and reread them, which I do sometimes. It was really good for me. I don't know. I really genuinely have gotten thicker skin over the years, but someone was like, "Stupid boy, you didn't even take it right," and I'm like, "What? I didn't ever do that. I'm a professional guidance. Like I think I took it fine."
I thought about it. I thought about doing it because I've had periods of what you call treatment-resistant depression that would last for like 6 months to a year and a half. And I had a little bout of that in 2022. I was dealing with like intense grief that I was burying in alcohol and stuff. I was like right on the cusp of doing a consultation and stuff, and then I got clean, and then just started adopting like much healthier stuff in my life, and then I was like much better.
I can see your weight of the world and my responsibilities. And one of the things that I took away from my trips was like, all right, that's the basics. That's all you need to get done. Like, and it just seemed like a much more manageable problem. But heck, one of the darn things I thought about on my trip that I saw recently is like the roof is leaking. You've got to fix this. And when it was like, let's get this lockdown fixed. And now I got like, it was just like, let's figure out what the basics are and take the stress away from this. What seems like an insurmountable problem, or a never-ending insurmountable problem, is actually something that like fucking everyone actually manages. You can do this.
Seems like you're a success story for the ketamine therapy, like you, but also like it seems like you went into it with much more of a utilitarian view than I can picture a lot of people going into it with.
Yeah. You would have to like lie to them if your intention was to have a good time, but that wasn't what my intention was.
I feel like if you were trying to just do ketamine recreationally, it would be way less expensive to just, go on the dark web and buy it that way.
Oh yeah, get a little special kit.
Ketamine treatments, it's like pretty expensive. If you want to do it intravenously, it's like $2,000 per session.
Yeah.
And if you want to do it at home, even, I think it's like much less expensive, but it's still like amounted when I looked into it for like $400 per trip, and you do not need to pay that much for it.
I think it was half. I think it was $1,200 for 6, and then the second time it was cheaper. And I don't know how that compares to what it would cost elsewhere. What did Taylor laugh at?
I was thinking about it. Reminded me of this story from like this is probably 7 years ago now, and one of my close friends, the Marine guy, my Marine buddy I've been friends with since we were like 4 or 5, that I've mentioned on the show many times. He was really into MMA, like mixed martial arts and fighting, and he started like doing amateur fights. And one of the fights, he was like, "Hey, Taylor," and like our whole friend group, he was like, "I want you guys to come and watch me fight." And I was even before that, I was like, "Bro, like you better fucking win because I don't want to pay tickets to go see my good friend get shit rocked at some bar in downtown St. Louis, or some venue in downtown St. Louis rather, that I don't want to go to because it's not the nicest, cleanest, safest area." And he was like, no, I've been training. And so we go, and the fight itself was incredible. He beat the absolute shit out of his opponent in a way that felt illegal. Like, and it only took 2 minutes until the other guy tapped out. It was like not even tapping out from a submission, tapping out from being punched in the head too many times.
Oh, you hate that.
And then there were like 10 other fights, and so my buddy came out, and then we had a big group of probably a dozen guys and girls hanging out, having a good time. And one of my buddies told another friend, he was like, "Hey, I've got ketamine. I've got liquid ketamine in this dropper here. I know we're all drinking. We're all starting to drink and everything. How about you want me to put some ketamine in your rum and coke, whatever he was having?"
Yes,
and my buddy was like, "Yes, I do." And apparently it was like some bullshit dropper. Like you're supposed to measure things out. And he was like trying to put it in the guy's drink, like one of those essential oil dropper containers almost. And he's like, come on, get in there. And then like a significant amount of it came out. He was like, well, that's probably fine. and so my buddy drank this stuff, and we didn't find out until later that my buddy who bought this stuff, the ketamine, got it off like Silk Road, like on the dark web. Like it wasn't like verified ketamine. And so my other friend who took it, drank it down, and maybe 30 minutes later, he was like on the floor of this venue, like unable to move, couldn't make sense, wasn't saying anything. And so me and another one of my friends there had to like carry him to an Uber, and he's a large fellow, and so it was an exhausting endeavor because I'm a few drinks in at this point. And so me and my buddy, we carry him in, we get him in the Uber, we have to give like explicit instructions to his Uber driver, like take him here, and then text us when he gets there because he clearly isn't going to be cognizant, and so I'm going to have to call his girlfriend at their apartment when you get back, and then she will come out and she'll collect him and get him in there. And it wasn't until like a day or two later, because all of us were like, that's what fucking ketamine does? Like, I had no experience with it. It turns out that my friend who bought it off the dark web had accidentally been, or probably purposely been given, GHB. Now, GHB is the date rape drug. And so he gave my friend a wild dose of GHB. And got him fucked up in like 20 minutes.
I think it makes you pass out and it makes your butthole hurt.
It makes you pass out. It makes your butthole. I mean, before I carried it back to the car, I'm well, you know. But because who's gonna tell?
That's just
Technically,
a
that is
thing to do.
I think technically that is a hallucinogen. People don't realize we like
He said it. He couldn't recall anything. He said it was a total blackout.
Took too much.
people need to respect hallucinogens. That's one type of drug that you need to respect. And there was a guy, was it Timothy Leary, the LSD guy from the 70s or whatever? I think it was he who was talking about scent and setting. And so the setting that you're in is really important, and then also your state of mind. So like if you're in a shitty mood and you take it like in public, that can go.
I was going to talk about hallucinogen. Does that mean psychedelic for me? Does that mean
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, technically marijuana has psychedelic properties, but it's not the same thing as like mushrooms or...
My marijuana doses are so small. I don't think I'm having the same experience that some of you guys have had. But, yeah, the setting is the really big deal. That's why when I did ketamine, like, there's some people like, I like to do it at the club. No, I am in a very controlled environment with my really blanket and my scented candles.
Yeah. What's that?
There's some vanilla stuff, butterscotch, like that stuff.
Bonfire. I got some stuff going about some THCP the other day. THCA is illegal in Georgia now, I think, so they're kind of phasing it out slowly. It's probably that you can still smoke it. You can't like sell it though or something because they still sell it. Or you're like phasing out of it. Maybe it's a grandfather thing. In any case, THCP is in, and I was testing that out, and he was like, just take like 2 puffs a day. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, no, it's 30 times more psychoactive than the THCA was. And I'm like, bullshit. But it's stronger. He's like, yeah, it only comes in half-gram fucking carts. And I was like, God, that's bullshit. All right, give me like a handful of. And I got home and I was hitting this thing like I normally hit stuff. This isn't it, by the way. This is some Delta 8 shit. This is pretty mild. But I was hitting that THCP, and it like hit me all at once. like I wasn't slowly getting higher and higher. I was just suddenly scary edible high. Like I felt like I had taken too many edibles, and I'm laying there on the couch with a thunderstorm music playing so that I don't freak out. And my girlfriend looks over at me, and I'm like, my girlfriend looks over at me on the couch, she's like, hey, I'm heading out, see you later. I'm like, she's like, is anything wrong? I'm like, no. What, me? No. Am I talking loud? that was exactly it. I wanted her to stay at home so bad. I needed help.
They might ban all THC products in Texas.
Oh, damn, Texas. They need to move to the land of the free up here in Missouri.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick has pushed for a full ban on the psychoactive drugs found in cannabis and other products. Senate Bill 3 would eliminate the ability to purchase THC products regardless of their THC content.
Do we have any vibe on whether it'll pass?
I mean, it's Texas. They're pretty. I mean, the legislature there is pretty conservative. So.
I don't know. I mean, like, legal weed passed here, and so I feel like it's just a matter of time elsewhere. And something I wanted to touch on or ask Hutch, like you said, when you would smoke weed, like it would make you want to drink after being high.
I had to because it was like maintenance. It would get rid of the anxiety. So
Interesting.
I was like self-medicating on top of self-medicating. So I would get to a pleasant state, but it was usually when it was like late at night, like I'm in my room, and I smoked some, like even Delta 8 would get me to the bad place sometimes. And if I just drank a bunch of whiskey, it would mellow me out. But
nothing like
that every day.
Nothing like shuts down my like. I remember like in college, like all through my life, like if it was a thing where it's like, all right, we're all gonna go out and drink here. Like I knew I couldn't smoke weed before I went because weed would destroy any desire to drink. Like it would put you in a frame, or at least put me in a frame of mind where it's like, I'm already stoned, and now I have to guzzle 10 Miller Lights or whatever to get a buzz. Like, oh man, this is, I'm gonna be out all day. I'm gonna drink this much. How many calories is that? Like, for me, like. Alcohol and weed are like or at least they're opposites if I do weed first. If I start drinking, like there's no problem adding weed in later. But like if I'm high, I want like Diet Pepsi, sodas, and I want to overeat and like be a glutton way more than I'm driven to go to alcohol.
Yeah, it affects everybody differently. I'm jealous of the people that can, like, if they're stressed, if they smoke weed, it brings them down. Because for me, it was the opposite. Like, if I was stressed about anything and I smoked weed, it would just amplify my stress. I would just think about it, racing thoughts, and I just couldn't calm down.
Yeah, it does hit everyone differently because everyone has those friends, and I remember my buddies in high school and college being like this, where every time they'd smoke weed like 4 times a year, which is like an amount of time for them to forget how horrible their most recent experience was, where like they'd be around. Exactly, like we'd all be in a group and we'd all be smoking weed because it doesn't bother us that way, and they'd be like, no, you know what? This is the time I'm gonna enjoy it. And they take a couple hits, and before you know it, you look over, ghost white. They look absolutely panicked, and it's like they're even openly saying, "Why did I do this to myself again?"
Yeah. Some people, there's just something about weed that just brings out like a really bad place. It can actually like trigger. So like for schizophrenia, it can trigger latent schizophrenia. So some people have schizophrenia but it never manifests, or they have the genetic makeup for schizophrenia and it never manifests, and then they take like one bad edible and they have a full-on psychotic break. So you do have to be careful with that. I mean, like I support cannabis.
It would be so lame
to benefit from it a lot, but it can be. You have to just like if it doesn't feel good, probably shouldn't try to force the issue.
Yeah.
But it's doubtful that finding some other strains is going to make it better.
Like if you have a family history of schizophrenia, you're 100% right. Like it's a dice roll to get really into weed because it can just fuck you up if that's latent in there, and that's not something you want to tango with.
But have you tried DMT?
No.
Really? I was hoping.
We gotta get some DMT. Wait, I know where we get some. Or we know somebody who can get some. That's what I should.
Oh yes, I haven't seen that guy in months.
Are you
we could get him.
No, he was on the Hangout this time. You know what we're talking about, right?
But it doesn't matter who we're talking about. But there's a guy we all know who at any time he gets DMT.
You're telling me I looked at this person this weekend for 4 hours and didn't know who he was?
Well, like I could use. I don't. If you're asking me questions, you're gonna narrow down who it is, and I don't want to answer those questions. But anyway, I also want to do DMT. I've wanted to do it since I did LSD. I wanted to do LSD first. This has been a couple years now, but it seemed like that was the baby step to DMT, which seems like a fucking.
Is it like a 5-minute trip?
Yeah, but it's like way more intense.
It's that. So the thing about DMT, from what I understand, I've seen people do it on like camera, like live with me, and I've seen videos of people doing it and such. And there's 2 different kinds of DMT, and I think they add a letter to one kind. I think maybe one kind comes from the toad venom, and one kind comes from like maybe like they create it in your kitchen or whatever in a lab. I could be wrong about that, but I remember seeing the guy smoke the toad venom version, and that's the guy who River Taylor. He's rolling around in that creek, just saying "I love you, I love you, I love you," and they have to control him so he doesn't hurt himself.
Then he like throws up. Yeah, that looks horrible.
Looks horrible. That was smoke. That was vaping toad venom. I don't want
His
that.
knees were bleeding. Nobody was like keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, he was just he nearly drowned in that puddle. But we watched a guy in our. Hey, there's a YouTube video. I'll look at you later. It's pretty sweet.
Okay. All right.
But we watched a guy in our Patreon hangout, link down below, and hang out with us, do a vape that had DMT. And I tried to do like a guided experience, and it seemed to work. He said that he could see and experience what I was telling him to see and experience. Like I was acting like a dungeon master, basically. I was like, there's a waterfall, and you're looking up at it, it's flowing over you, and the water's warm and golden. It's glowing golden, and he's like, wow. and he's very much. He looks like he's halfway in a coma. Like he looks silly. And at the end of his trip, he spit up like a kid. You know how like a kid will be like, and like spit up on the and we rented this place in Colorado, and we had like a theater room, and we all did LSD. I did like 4 hits of acid, and we played Fantasia. And Dirty's like smaller than us physically, like maybe 150 pounds or something at the time, and I guess it hit him extra hard, and he was afraid.
You did 4 tabs for your first trip?
Yeah, well, like at first I took 1 to make sure I wasn't gonna like hate the drug, the experience, and I immediately loved it so much. And there's zero nausea, which surprised me because shrooms have this nausea that I hate about them, and I know that ayahuasca and lots of other things like that come with that nausea.
I had nausea and diarrhea every time I did LSD.
Felt great, and so like I kept ramping it up over the course of maybe an hour and a half. I was like 1 tap, wait 45 minutes, and I was like, I feel like I'm stabilized, like I'm no longer on the way up, but everything looks a little squiggly. Everything looks a little vibrating. But I'm not seeing any big elephants. Give me 2, give me 3, give me 4. And when I got 4, then I could see things. I couldn't see things that weren't there, but the things that were there that I was looking at did not look themselves. They were moving.
Your whole sensory experience changes. So I remember when I took it, there was a fan in the room that was playing, or that was running, and normally a fan, it just sounds like a fan. When you're on LSD, it feels like you get visual vibrations of the fan. And it takes on a whole new kind of thing. And then when you look at things, like you look at a wall, you see a white wall, it's whatever. When you're on LSD and you look at a wall, it looks like the fucking Beatles song. It looks like a million diamonds. Like it looks like you're looking at like individual particles of things. And everything's waving and contracting. And
it's one of the reasons why you enjoyed it so much.
It was a visual, but honestly, like things feel good. Like sex feels fucking amazing.
That's what I want to do next time so much. Yes. I feel like that would be awesome.
What else is good on LSD is because I've heard people say that eating. I've heard Kyle said he ate on LSD, but you and everyone else I've spoken to says that eating is disgusting because you feel like every morsel and every tooth crunch.
The last thing I wanted to do when I did like some people eat like oranges, like something like nice and light or whatever.
No,
I just have myself out on LSD and like lose weight.
Maple bacon donuts we ordered from this really good donut place in Denver, and me and my boy ate these maple bacon donuts, and they were scrumptious. I remember being so, I don't know, it was like you could taste every molecule on the acid. So it tasted better to me, and it was just creamy and crunchy and delicious, and just everything I wanted in that moment. And I also, the setting thing, people talk about, you're gonna have a panic attack, it's gonna be a scary trip. I'll be honest, I was like, you're gonna do it, bring it. Are you gonna be bad? Oh, look at something scary, fuck me up, bring it. There was a clown painting on the wall. I stared at that.
I hate that so.
They had a rec room with like silly clowns on the wall, and like foosball and a bunch of other shit, and you had to walk through the rec room to get to the backyard. We hung out in the backyard a lot, so between like den and backyard, back and forth, and that this creepy clown, and I was scared of him. I was like, freak me out, fucker, bring it, brother. And he's all wiggly and shit. He's all wiggly and winking at me and shit, and I'm like, that is scary, that's funny.
I feel like it would be healthy to allow Hutch to tell you the fire you're playing.
Well, I think I've told a story on this podcast, but like I had done it like 12 times. Like I was in 2015, the last like 3 months, I did a shitload of LSD. I didn't expect it at all. I was just fucking doing it recreationally, and I had really good experiences every single time. Like last time, I got up to go to the bathroom, and then I collapsed, and everything. Like I don't know how to explain it, but everything was like kind of puke. It was like beige and red, and in that state that I was in, I thought that I had died and gone to purgatory, and I was going to be stuck in purgatory forever. And I had a deep conviction, like I'm dead, I'm not coming back, and I'm just stuck. So it felt like I was kind of like in hell. That was hell. Like
how long did it feel like it lasted?
Fucking days. Like it was only I was only on the ground for like an hour probably. And I was calling out to my fiance at the time. I was like, that's me. There was a part of me that was like trying to fucking somebody come help me.
It's crazy.
But it was
how much acid was that?
That was a 6-tab night. It was okay,
so
a lot. Yeah.
Christmas complication.
That is an awful idea. That's so fucking hardcore. Just like in Mandy. Remember in Mandy where they put the eye drop of acid on her eyeball, and then they got that big wasp. You're going for it.
And it's also not hardcore. If you were hardcore, you'd be smoking meth and robbing gas stations.
It's like the Batman. In the Batman, the Johnny choice in Gotham is eye drops.
Yeah, no, I'd be down for that.
Don't put acid in your eye, you fucking lunatic.
Clearly goes in your butt.
Yeah, for my second time.
For me, it was I felt fully in control of me. I'm in here, like my inner monologue is still there, and I'm like, oh, things are looking pretty silly, huh? It's because of all the drugs we did. Let's see what more silly things we can find. Ooh, I feel giddy too, and like that's my inner monologue. I wasn't out of it. I wasn't thinking I was anywhere I wasn't. I just remember searching for as many visuals as I could that would be altered by my state, as much as I felt. And that was
Movies can be really fun. Like I watched Tron
yeah.
Legacy on acid, and it takes like around 30 to 45 minutes to kick in really, and it's just like you just know when it's starting. And for me, the acid trip started when like he goes into Tron and like everything becomes digitized and this orchestral piece of punk soundtrack, and I was like, it can be a lot of fun. A lot of people like to be outside and stuff, but I really loved watching movies when I was.
How did you balance like life with it? Like if it lasts 14 hours,
I was just fucking abusing it and not showing up to work, and it's not a.
Can you? Because I heard you.
Was it streaming? Is that work or was it
on it, right? Like you can you?
Oh,
you
you
can sleep, right?
No.
So you're like locking in for like 14 hours of no sleep.
Most people like the intense stuff ends like around 9 hours, but for whatever reason my body was different. So like I was fully hallucinating for 12 to 13 hours, and then when I would come down, like Kyle, I don't know if this was your experience, but like coming down for like 3 hours was so relaxing. Like everything was so like smoking weed, just lying on the couch. You feel so good. You still can't.
I was smoking weed continuously the whole time, and it was like strong weed, and it was the first time I'd smoked weed, in years, so it was really getting fucking high. But it lasted so long. It lasted all night and into the next morning, and there was no like come down, there was no hangover, there was no nothing. It was just like I don't remember when I stopped being high, but I did at some point, and I was none the worse for wear. I love acid.
Could you feel?
I was passing out.
Could you feel the weed while you're on acid, or is it? Because like acid just feels to me. I've never done it. It feels like so much of a harder drug. It feels like it'd be like, oh yeah, I'm drinking a Bud Light. Well, I just took
to me,
acid
acid
is
is
lighter.
To me, acid's lighter than weed. If you don't have any tolerance for weed, weed would like bake you into a coma on the ground if you smoke too much. Whereas the acid, it felt like the more acid I took, the giddier and happier I got. I wasn't being doped up, and my sensories weren't being deadened to the point where I wasn't able to like get around and do what I wanted. It was the opposite. I was very happy to do anything and everything, and I was seeking out visuals. Like I linked that video. We would watch videos like that, set to like techno, all sorts of like psychedelic shapes. But not Wizard of Oz, but what's the one where she goes down the rabbit hole? Dorothy. Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland. That was great. I'd never seen that before. Like
that was a good one. The old cartoon one. The old
yeah. Let's be honest. Her dress is the most beautiful, like beautiful blue.
Did the Cheshire Cat?
What
Cheshire Cat? He's ready for a loop.
Well,
When he popped out with those eyes and
scared. That's what happened. Dirty got scared of the fucking movie, and we had to turn it off and like watch something else. Like that's what I was saying. Like it's kind of a downer, and you don't want to. You want to like take care of your buddies if they're having a hard time, but it's like.
Yeah, it's tough to do
ruining this for everyone.
Taking care of somebody else when they're having a bad trip is really tough because you're fucking tripping balls. You have to like, it's kind of a big responsibility because if someone is having a bad trip, it's like kind of like a crisis for them. And you have to.
So Kyle,
yeah,
I've heard you talk about Dirty's experience a few times. Do you feel like it was all genuine bad trip, frightened, scared, or was there some attention seeking?
That's what it felt like. But like that's why I was so mad because in my head I was like, hey man, on drugs. But you're
Right.
like, it felt like a white girl who had a couple Zimas for the first time, and she was like, "Oh, I'm so drunk. Can you believe it? Look, I can't even walk in a straight line. Look at me."
Everyone look at me.
Just playing it up. Yeah.
It's like, dude, just sit still and stop. Why are you giggling and kicking? And he was just on the floor writhing around. Like, we're watching TV, he's writhing around on the floor. It pissed me off, but I was trying to be chill about it because we're all on acid. I didn't want to like freak anybody else out.
I have a social question. Genuinely asking this as a potential autist. So don't judge me too bad. I do this thing. I insert myself in that situation. I think what I might have done is just retired to my bedroom and created my like ketamine experience. Would everyone be like, "Woody's an asshole. He bailed on us," or would they be like,
Yeah, that would have been super lame if somebody had left the group. So it's the situation as well. Like, you have to be there to sort of understand. We're all in a cohesive group doing the same drugs together, watching the same entertainment. And if I went, my bedroom is in the back of this room. I picked the bedroom that's attached to the theater room.
Okay.
Like, it would be like I get out of my theater chair, turn around, take 6 steps, and open my bedroom. And like, this is where I lived the whole trip. So it would have been super lame if I'd left the group. Plus, I didn't want to leave the group.
The most accurate, like on-screen depiction of a hallucinogenic experience like that is in Midsommar. They take mushrooms, and visually what the director does is this guy named Ari Aster, who's a brilliant filmmaker. But
yeah, I watched it recently.
Dude, that movie's so good. But if you watch that movie, they do a really good job of like, and it happens in subtle ways too. It's not really like, you have to kind of like squint your eyes and you're like, oh wow, that tree had a moving.
The breathiness of it, like I'm kind of much more than the rest of you, obviously. I'm a little spooked by psychedelics. Like, I did mushrooms once in college, my freshman year, and only took enough. I knew nothing of dosages. I just had like kind of a skeevy roommate who had them out on his desk. To be connected to an agent.
Hey Jake, this is Peyton with DSM. Can you hear me? Hey, I'm about to be back in Batesville here at the casket yard. What do I do with the paperwork? I'm assuming I just drop the trailer. Do I gotta like put it up to a dock anywhere? What do I do?
No, you just go back to that casket garage. Just find a spot to drop it. Just drop it there.
Okay, and then as for the return paperwork, that's all my proof of delivery. I've got a signed one from Puyallup, and so for the initial delivery, and so that's all good to go. Do I keep the paperwork?
Yep. You keep all the paperwork and turn it in. That's how you guys get paid for your proof of delivery, like you said. But yeah, you don't need to do anything with paperwork. Just keep it, turn it in. Other than that, yeah, just keep the trailer dropped. And when you do drop it, just make sure you call in and let us know.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm about a mile out, so.
Okay, cool. Yep, I can go ahead and get her closed out then.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Lucky motherfucker just bought a fucking 2007 3 from auction. Unknown mileage, no batteries, $800. Dude, it looks like it just rolled off the fucking showroom floor. I'll post it in the fucking Cars and Music. Oh my god, I need to go somehow get into auctions, dude.
Well, that's not all as great as, that stuff's let out to be. I mean, unknown mileage, no batteries.
Look at the body, dude. Literally, that was garage kept, dude.
Well, I can't look
Not
at
the
that right
tires,
now.
though. The tires were used. But that bed? The bed doesn't even look used. Oh my god. Lucky motherfuckers in this world.
It's probably
dude.
got like a blown motor. Is it $800? No, because
$800?
usually if it's a good vehicle, they don't start the bidding at $0. The person selling it has a minimum they want to at least reach and a starting point, and then if it doesn't hit that, it doesn't sell. So there's got to be something wrong with it, man. For $800? No, no way.
Had no batteries, so
Well,
I
that's
don't know.
still like that's what I'm saying. It's got to be a blown motor. There's no way that anybody selling that at auction would accept $800 for a minimum. Like something's fucking wrong with it.
Hey, either way, even if it does have a blown motor, I hate to tell you, the transmission's worth at least 500. So he made his money worth with the cab and the transmission.
Well, except he didn't because if it's a blown motor, you still got to go there the time it takes, pay the people. You have,
Oh yeah.
you know, the time it takes to get it out, you know, back to wherever you're going. The time.
And what if he puts 2 fucking batteries in it and it runs? Come on, man.
Yeah, what if? You know, like
For $800?
Yeah, for like still, dude. Like, what do you mean? What if?
Okay, so if you were gonna take a chance on a motor, you're going into an auction, right? And you had $1,000 to play with. What motors are you working with?
I wouldn't get a Ford, so I wouldn't get a 7.3.
Only a 7.3. That's a 7.3.
No, I wouldn't get that. Fuck no.
Well, it's the most beautiful motor ever made, dude.
You gotta take off the rose-colored glasses,
It is
dude.
fucking. You want me to go fucking start my rah 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 up right now, dude? My rah rah rah.
I mean, how good a motor, like, how good of a motor is it if you're afraid to drive it up to New York, you know, without the special oil that it needs?
You don't need a special oil. You want me to go to
A
fucking
million-mile
California,
motor, but I gotta essentially rebuild the whole thing every fucking time I drive it. Oh.
It's just fucking pre-maintenance, man. So you don't got to do actual maintenance on it. What do you mean?
Pre-maintenance is maintenance. What do you mean? And you're doing it all the fucking time. Like,
No,
this
I'm
is
not.
what... Yeah, you are. You're
What
always
did I
talking
do?
about, well, this is what I gotta do this with the injectors. I gotta do,
Because
well,
it's
fuel
fun,
system,
dude.
blah,
What do
blah,
you
blah.
mean?
It's like, fuck, dude.
Working on fucking diesels is the most amazing thing ever, dude. When you work on gasolines, you want to throw up, dude. Because you got to add a little spark in it and fuck sparks, right?
No, it's so much easier.
Nah, dude, fuck that shit.
Oh,
dude. Go build your fucking sequential turbo and your compound turbo.
It's
all right?
100%
Is that why you're pulling
easier.
in right now? Because you're about to build.
No, well, I don't know what the plan is. I haven't heard from a dispatcher. I don't know if I'm going to take a 34 or get a load. I've kind of got it timed where I can have recaps if I need it, but I don't know what the plan is. So I got to find a place to fucking drop this trailer. If there's a spot.
I mean, you could drop it off at my house.
No, not this trailer. Except fucking Chrome.
I'm sure the other person that's watching your stream would love to have that, load dropped off at their house too.
Yeah. Well, do you want broken hospital beds? Is that what you're so excited for? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll fix them up.
You won't.
Yeah, I will. What do you mean? That's why I guess I learned to spray paint too. I mean, paint cars.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to drop it over here because there are no fucking spots.
Yeah, how you doing, outsider? How you doing, outsider? You doing okay?
I'm doing all right. God, I
Forget about
fucking... I hate this shit, dude. I hate having to fucking...
Why do you hate shitting, dude? You should love shitting.
No,
it's
just
like excretion, man.
These company, like truck stops do this too, where when they do angled spots, they always do it where you have to fucking blindside back. Shit. In order to get into it, and it's like it's so fucking ass backwards. There's very few places that actually do it fucking correctly, where you back in driver's side. It's so infuriating when they do that, where it's blindside. Because it's like the point of them angling it is to get a little more space and make the back easier. But when you make it a blind side, you just fucking ruin all that.
Which those flip lenses, they were on an old car in the 80s or not early 90s or something. The flip lens that the headlights would come up, like Miata or something like that. I don't know.
Oh,
But anyway, what
pop
I'm
up and
getting at
down,
is
pop up headlights.
yeah, what I'm saying is mimic that for cameras for truck drivers when they're rear going backwards.
Yeah.
So, like you said, that if you had cameras at all times, they would get fogged, they would ice on them, you'd have to clean them off all the time. But if they were flip lenses, like on that, they would be encoded, so they'd be more safe. So when you actually did need them, like you're doing right now, you'd be able to
Well,
utilize them.
the issue is, well, that's a good idea. It has to be something that's put on the trailer, right?
Yeah.
And if it's put on the trailer, then
Not necessarily, no. So it could come from the underskirt of the whole entire 18-foot trailer. That's going to sound insane.
it would
but it's
have
just
to
something
be
that would.
on the trailer, though.
It could be either. It could be like an attachment.
Oh,
So
do
it
we
could
got
go.
spots right there? Oh, we do. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Actually, I can pull through. I got room. I don't know how it would be an attachment. Because, like, what I'm getting at with the issue of it being on the trailer is, oh, I am going to have to fucking back in that spot. Because these, I think, are too fucking small. Because these are all short trailers. Oh, fuck! Alright, well, I guess I'm at the fucking blindside back anyway.
Pull one of those spots to your right.
Wait.
Right
Well, these are short trailers. These are like 20-foot trailers.
Oh.
And I don't think, because I have a 48-foot trailer, so I don't think that they would fit. Because the fucking long ones. Alright, so I'm gonna find a way to turn around. Ah! Here we go.
October marked my 40th year painting. I started at a Corvette restoration shop in St. Louis in 1983. I was 13. The owner started me out painting frames and suspension and engines, and I moved quickly to full paint. It was around the time DuPont, ChromaBase, and ChromaClear came out, and many of the bases were modified lacquers. DuPont reps told us for certain colors, lightly sanding with 1,000 grit dry before clearing was recommended for good adhesion. Good times. I do mostly full restorations, but occasionally paint a car worth taking completely apart and pull all the glass to prep for paint, like a Grand National. With as much painting as I've done, I enjoy playing videos like this in the shop throughout the day just for something to listen to in the back. Okay, it's talking about the video. But yeah, that's its experience. You're doing it for 40 years, obviously it's cool.
Come on. Oh, my cable isn't long enough for my fucking GoPro. Oh, I can't see.
Well, that's not fucking good.
Oh, come on. Fuck these fucking transmissions, dude. Oh my god. God, these transmissions suck. Fucking automatic transmissions, dude.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Alright. Take this off. And I gotta fucking piss, dude.
I need a coconut.
What?
Yo, I need a coconut. Where can I get a coconut? Do I gotta go to Florida to get a coconut?
You can probably go get a coconut at the store.
I don't know. I need a coconut. So you hang a coconut from like a branch, and that tells you the wind at all times.
Or you could just use the weather app.
Nah, fuck that, dude. Nah, I want to grow the fucking real nature. That's the nature. You just tie it on the string, and
And so what's the metric that you're going by?
yeah, that's the metric I'm going by.
Oh, it looks pretty bad, Dave. I don't know. The coconut is blowing pretty far over.
Coconut moving, can't paint.
Well, just get one of those little fucking funnels that you...
Unknown caller.
Oh, shit. Yellow.
I'll be back.
Yes, so, the earliest, or the latest that would work, is like, I can go past Christmas, but I need to be there by the 20th. My brother, Alright, I'm back. Oh, where's my fucking keys? All right, let's stop this